cameras.
I am having fun.
I don't believe you.
You want to believe it?
Come on,
Having
believe.
fun.
Yes, Daddy. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
Not all ghosts come from death. Some from unfinished things. You moved on, but part of you stayed. And that part became me.
Yeah.
A quiet obsession,
Yeah, good.
a vow unbroken, a calling without mercy. Demanding all, but promising nothing. Oh, to see what one will give. To dance with a phantom.
No cameras.
I am having fun.
I don't believe you.
You want to believe it?
Come on,
Having
believe.
fun.
Yes, Daddy.
No cameras. I am having fun.
I don't believe you.
You wanna believe it?
Come on, believe.
Fun.
Yes, Daddy. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
Not all ghosts come from death. Some from unfinished things. You moved on, but part of you stayed. And that part became me. A quiet obsession,
Yeah, good.
a vow unbroken, a calling without mercy. Demanding all, but promising nothing. Oh, to see what one will give. To dance with a phantom.
No cameras.
I am having fun. I don't believe you.
You wanna believe it?
Come on, believe.
Yes, Daddy.
one?
Yeah.
Not all goals come from death. Some from unfinished things. You moved on, but part of you stayed. And that part became me. A quiet obsession,
Yeah, good.
a vow unbroken, a calling without mercy, demanding
cameras. I am having fun.
I don't believe you.
You wanna believe it?
Come on, believe.
Yes, Daddy. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to Mood Masters 2026. It is so exciting to be here today. My name is Shauna Coxey and I'm joined by Kuba in the commentary booth. Hey Kuba, how's it going?
Hi Shauna, hi. Good to be here.
This is the 4th edition of the Mood Masters and it is turning out to be a true spectacle. Kuba is one of the route setting team and was up till 5 a.m. last night prepping the boulders. So feeling a little tired today, aren't we?
Yeah, just a little maybe.
A little bit, but happy to be here. And we can get a good look at our venue now. The crowd is starting to pack in. It is a sold-out event. This event had 1,108 competitors. And we were just discussing that we don't know of another event that's bigger than this one. It really is a huge comp, isn't it?
Yes, it's quite likely one of the largest in Europe. Probably in the world.
Probably in the world, yeah. We need to get some fact checking on that. But it is for sure going to be a good show.
Możemy zaczynać, słyszę.
Tak, no więc co, zaczynamy od?
Od Slawy Krasnoperowa. Zapraszam Slawa do nas. Wielkie brawa dla finalisty Mood Masters 2026. Kolejny.
This is Slava Krasnoperov. Max Vnukov.
Yeah, so we'll start with the men's final, and we've got an athlete presentation going on right here. Do you want to keep running us through the guys?
Yeah, sure. So they are joined by a lad from Slovakia. This is our homeboy, Kuba Žentek.
Yeah, we had Fadir running out just in
Edvard
there as
Gruzitis. Antoine Girard. And the strongest after the semis, Slav Kirov. Proper display of power, strength, skill and determination. Really good show. These lads put up a great show in the semis, so we're looking forward to see what they can show us in the finals.
And the semi-finals boulders did look savage.
Yes, I think calling them brutal is fair.
It's a bit of an understatement, to be honest. And
Yeah.
what's happening on the screen right now, the athletes, they get 2-minute observation period per boulder. There are 4 boulders, so we'll see them feel the starting holds. They're the only holds they're allowed to touch. And they'll move through the 4 boulders. And we get a good look at boulder number 1 here. The pink tape, can you tell us what that signifies, Kuba?
Yeah, so these are the 4 limbs that you have to touch in order to start climbing the problem. Intro number 1, this is supposed to be a fairly easy one to top. However, you will need tries to get it done. So we were chatting about this yesterday and we're expecting majority of the climbers to top this one. But not straight away.
So we're expecting, I'll say hoping, we're definitely not hoping to see some falls. Maybe the route setters might be a little bit, because you want that
hoping
separation.
is a tricky word, isn't
but
it?
expecting we might see some falls and some wobbles. It doesn't look like secure climbing.
No. This is high risk and full commitment. So I guess figuring out the first sequence might be a bit tricky for the competitors because they will be asking themselves whether they want to go slow or go fast. And this is usually when you hesitate, you might lose a burn or 2. And then I think getting to the top and finding the correct body position is kind of easier to figure out. You know that you can't do it in a certain way. But again, doing it quickly is the whole trick. So low physical threshold. It's not insanely hard. I think a lot of us who climb at a decent level would be able to top this problem, but certainly doing so in 4 minutes is the main trick. I'm
going to ask the question that route setters hate. Can you give us a grade?
Give us a grade. If I'm honest, I don't think that's far from maybe a 7A plus problem. It's really difficult to grade because of the style. Yeah, but it's not far from that grade. I'd
Easier
say.
than what maybe people would expect, but so hard to do in the time frame that you get with the pressure. Moving on to men's 2, and we get our first look here at men's 2. I was surprised by how positive these holds felt when I went and looked at them. But they're kind of all angled in awkward orientations, it seemed. So, the first 2 you pull on, they're really pretty decent holds. And again, moving through this upper section, there is a decent part to each hold. But moving between them, however, maybe not so simple.
Yeah, I think, well spotted. Using good holds is a brilliant way of encouraging the climber to move in a certain fashion, yeah? So if we want to have a complex movement using poor holds, the combination of the two becomes insanely hard. And if we want to encourage the climber to execute a certain sequence of movements, we want to play with the direction of the hold rather than its quality. So if you think they are good holds, yes, they are, but you may have noticed there is hardly any fit in between the starting position and the zone.
And some of the holds are quite literally upside down.
And the holds are upside down, yeah.
You can tell here by the guys are all stood there with very perplexed looks on their face. They don't look like they've figured this one out.
Oh, perplexity is what we want. Yes,
Perfect.
yes, absolutely.
You've nailed it here then.
I think they have a good idea what to do. Okay, moving on to number 3.
This is the one I'm most excited for.
Yeah, so I think it's fair to say this is a classic problem where you have to try super hard.
It looks like the power boulder.
This is the power boulder. Yeah, that will be testing their lock-off strength for sure. Some finger strength required to climb this one. Body tension, positioning. Yeah, so it's like a combination of all the skills required to be a successful climber, not only in competition, but also just to move between the holds.
Very satisfying top hold, like if they are able to stick it, not when. I think we'll see some good celebrations up there for sure.
Yes. This one we weren't expecting to be topped by too many climbers.
And just a shout out to our sponsors. We've got the main partner of this event, the city of Krakow. And then who else have we got, Kuba?
We got on board Black Diamond, T-Wall, Chwyty Wspinaczkowe, Climbing Holds Distributor, Browar Trzech Kumpli, Evolve, Red Bull, On Lemon, Oatly, Agrest, Heartbeat, Warapo, Szkoła Komedii, Miejsce Komedii, White Oak, Oatly, Robimy na żywo, and Red Bull. Thank you, Red Bull.
It is what makes these events possible, the partners involved. So big shout out to all of those as we watch our athletes again looking a little bit confused by this boulder. There's not so many smiles on their faces, and I thought that maybe when they came out to this one they'd be quite cheery, because when I saw this I had a huge smile on my face. But I do not have to perform on it in front of a crowd when there is a title up for grabs.
I think this one introduces a change in style, because number 1 and number 2 are fast-paced problems, and you can have plenty of tries and you can have different attempts at different solutions. With number 3, you kind of know what to do, but you instantly know that it's going to be very hard, and maybe this is what dimmed their smiles a little.
Yeah, and we've already moved on to boulder 4 here.
4, yeah.
Can you talk us through this one, please?
So, I dare saying that this one is the most classic climb, requires body tension, so maybe Fontainebleau's introduction to the problem.
Looks very delicate, am I right?
Yes. The feet are actually not as bad as they seem, but the handholds placed on top of that volume are really poor. Then you mount yourself into a delicate press position, which is controlled, but you have very little space for mistake. And then the last 2 moves are full commitment. So again, I think a fairly easy one to read. But instead of pulling, you have to push, and out of the push, you have to go into commitment. And once you've committed to the penultimate blue hold, the way to the top is super straightforward, but obviously still some risk.
When a route setter says super straightforward, I'm inclined to never believe them. Because many times I've seen it go totally the other way.
Yeah, fair play. Super straightforward, have many faces, and at this level, nothing really is super straightforward. And we were discussing the level of risk, and obviously an entire round at this level is super high risk level throughout, from the first position to the last move.
Explain to me what you mean by high risk there, because, you know, that sounds like someone could get hurt, it's dangerous, but I think if I'm right in guessing, you mean more it's risky that you might fall off or slip and lose an attempt, is that right? Or are we talking about high level danger?
Yes, but also level of danger is there, and it's something that we can't ignore. And if, for instance, one of the team members gets hurt in the process of preparing the problems, we ask ourselves the question, well, did we overcook it? Did we push the actual danger too far? And then we come up with this answer that this actually, the level of risk and the danger of hurting oneself is high because of the nature of what we do. And if we want to push the athletes and we want to get clear results, this is what's inevitably going to happen.
Yeah, and Slava, who we'll see out first on the mats climbing tonight, I've been asking all of the competitors some questions, and one of the questions was, what is your goal for this comp? A lot of them said to win. Slava said not to injure myself, so definitely don't want to see that today, and we are getting close to seeing our first competitor head out on the mats now. You can see everybody squeezed in. There's loads of people sat on top of one of the boulders trying to get the best possible view. Okay, and Slava will run out onto the mat. So he's 25 years old. Polish athlete, has been climbing for 14 years, and he qualified in 8th, which is why we're seeing him out first. Looking super smooth, straight into the zone on his first attempt there.
He's very good in this style.
Ooh, a little slip there as he stands up, presses. Wow, that was an impressive flash.
Yep.
That is the dream.
Smooth.
Walking out to the first boulder, a boulder you know that's droppable, that you know is quite awkward and tricky, and then flashing it. And he gets to walk back into the isolation zone now.
Putting pressure on the other competitors.
Exactly. Look at that save there, the right foot toe catch, really pressing into it. He showed some maturity in his climbing there for sure. He's been competing for 14 years as well.
And probably worth mentioning that slab climbing is one of his strengths. This man has no blatant weaknesses worth mentioning, but Maxim Vnukov, second one on the mat.
He said he's a big fan of no-tex boulders, so hopefully he'll be enjoying the pink when he's pressing into the shiny part of the hold. So when you see the shiny parts of the hold, there's absolutely no texture on those parts.
Absolutely no texture, but there is some difference between the brands, and some holds are slippery, more slippery than the others.
No texture can mean different things. I like it. Ooh.
And there we go. Yeah, so even though the first climber made it look like nothing, the second one step out and he drops.
And I do think that competition climbing, you know, we're talking about grades and the fact that it's not that tricky, but until you've had to try and perform in front of a crowd like this and the pressure's on, it's so hard to understand what that feels like. That was a great save.
Oh, by
his
all
body
means.
Leaned out there and he saved it, reeled it back in. Now he needs to keep his hips nice and close to the wall and find a good balance position to end in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, finding the correct position to start executing the final movement was crucial.
Yeah, and
Once
also
you press your chest into the dihedral, it's much easier to get the shoulders underneath the top hold. But because you're launching from such a compressed position and finding the proper placement for the right foot on the big wide volume, which has no additional feet, is where the all details lay.
yeah, and if his hips don't get high enough and close enough to the wall, it won't be possible to hold. So
It's obviously because instead of pushing yourself into the dihedral, you're pushing yourself out of the wall, which is then very hard to save.
and he did save it there.
Yeah.
That wasn't a good setup. It wasn't a good ending, but he managed to save it, and that is all that counts, getting two hands in control on that top hold. So although it took him more attempts, he does walk away with a top, which is going to be significant as we move through the round.
Finding the good position for the left foothold, the left additional foothold on the big wide volume was one of the things that we spent considerable amount of time last night debating whether we should make the top slightly easier or slightly harder, and how will that affect the number of tops in the round. And I think in the end we opted for the slightly easier version, and yet it's still droppable. But the idea was to actually see plenty of tops.
That's what we want, definitely, in the beginning
That's
of
what
the
we
round.
want in the final, especially after such a tough round. This is something that we really were bearing in mind, because the qualification round was very hard, and some of the problems only saw one top. The one problem remained untopped. Semi-finals, only two competitors, top three problems.
Two, yeah.
So that is a very hard semi-final round.
Yeah, and you
So-
could get through to the finals with only one top, and we're seeing Fadir here, who had a good battle in the semi-finals, getting very close to multiple tops, but only getting
That's
through to the
correct.
finals with one. And I was chatting with Fadir earlier and asking him some questions before the round, and I was asking him what his dream in climbing is, and he said, all my dreams are complete in climbing. I just like going climbing. And I was like, well, yeah, you've made it then, mate, like, if that's the case. But asking him what his best comp moment ever, he said it was yesterday. So you must have done something right.
Yesterday was his best moment of competition climbing.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I think he's trying to sweeten up the route setters there.
Maybe.
And his goal at this competition, he said, it was to come sixth, because that's the position he's qualified for this round in. And he has made really good progress with each attempt here. We've seen him get higher and higher, and he's just adjusting his shoe here. The small white foothold on the final white volume, can you tell me what that's like? Is there an edge? Is it sloping? Because we saw him adjust his shoe, which is significant. We're going to see him stand up on it here right now. How bad is that foothold?
Oh, it's not horrible, actually. I would maybe compare it to a slightly squished beer bottle cap.
I wondered where you were going with that.
It has a rounded edge, and you can actually feel it underneath your toe, so you get a fairly good idea of how to apply pressure on it.
He sure did get a good idea, because he's made progress every single attempt, and you saw him there really power down through that toe. You know, there was so much force. His heel was much higher, allowing him to get that power out of his bottom leg, his right leg, and get his hips up and in. That was great climbing, and good to see kind of exactly what you were hoping for on this boulder. You know, some falls, but progress, and lots of tops so far.
So far, so good. I think our feeling for the level was...
You can
It
take a deep
hopefully
breath.
remains that way, yes. Obviously, the harder you push it and the higher you go into the grades, the less, well, the greater the impact of the decision you make.
Yep, and next out on the mats, we've got our youngest competitor of the round,
Filip Matejka.
18 years old. We just had our oldest competitor Fadir at 28, so a decade between these guys.
So no one in their 30s in this round.
Philippe is looking for a podium at this event, and the way he's climbing on this first attempt, he's looking really good so far. Can he make it to the last hold on his first try?
If you're thinking how this pink hold is, it's a sloper that is very comfortable if you apply the pressure from the left, but the difficulty is to shift your hips over it onto the let's say the left, right.
Yeah, both the pink holds are really quite sloping, definitely not tricky at all, are they? So when you're holding them, you want your body weight to be the opposite side to the part you're holding to be able to get enough pressure through the hold.
That's correct. Sorry, I think I made a mistake. So the pink hold is good once your body is over to the right of it, but in order to move upwards, you have to shift your weight to the left.
And then the top hold as well, you want your body weight to be on the left to get it good, but it starts off on the right, and that was a big adjustment again, but not quite enough. You saw he was really far out from the wall, but he's changed his beta, he's changed his tactics. He does look a little bit nervous in his climbing, which, I mean, this is a big event, you know?
Understandably, with this delicate task that he has now, any nervousness is going to get in his way. And also maybe worth pointing out that he's trying to do a foot swap, which seems possible, and I dare say that he gets it right this time. Or maybe not.
Still trying with that foot swap, which we've not seen the previous athletes do, and it is worth noting the time now, which is for the first time in this round become a factor. With 1 minute 30 on the clock, he's limited by the number of attempts that he will have time to execute now.
This is such an important thing to bear in mind when preparing problems at this level, is that the time will run out sooner or later.
It usually feels like sooner when you're out there.
Yeah, and if you get stuck trying the wrong solution, this is the most dangerous thing, is giving the athletes the feeling like they nearly do it and they don't question the beta, and they get stuck trying to solve it the wrong way. And oftentimes we see it that if we overcomplicate things as setters, competitors get wrong ideas, and unfortunately they're unable to top the problem. Not because they weren't good enough climbers, but because they just
didn't figure it out in the time on the mat.
I guess saying didn't figure it out doesn't do the justice, because it's our responsibility to communicate with them via movement.
But you mean communicate on the wall, but right now this will be either his last or second to last attempt. Can Philippe make it work with the beta he's trying? It's so painfully close, but the foot
gonna
swap.
hit one more.
No, he's shaking his head and he's angry at himself. You can see that there.
Okay.
And that emotion is going to be carried through to the next boulders. He needs to now go recompose, and that's going to be hard to swallow, because he's had his hand on that top hold so many times, but he'll just get the zone for that boulder.
Okay, next one on the mat, Polish champ, Kuba Ziętek. Very powerful, a very dynamic climber.
And we get our first look at boulder 2 as well, so it starts to get pretty exciting. Slava out on boulder 2 and Kuba out on boulder 1. Now it gets tricky for us. Split screen. So both these boulders quite dynamic in the start, right?
They're quite dynamic, and they are in not so steep formations, but where the first problem requires foot coordination and understanding footwork, the second problem is more about hand coordination, full body movement. It's a lot more complex. I think the competitors have a fairly good understanding of what is expected of them, but getting it right is the trick. Slava's looking pretty good, actually. He's had 3 or 4 tries so far, and he already, I think he knows how to move his body in order to reach the landing position.
That was a great save from Kuba there. You can see his body was peeling away from the wall, but he looked like he had just enough in that right hand to stick it. We'll get a replay of that now. That was such a good save. It's all in his right thumb there, wasn't it?
Yes, it's the right thumb, and it's the left hand that sort of misses the slippery side of the pink top, but stops just pressing against the wall.
Stops that momentum just enough. He had great control through that toe, and We get all focus on men's too now, but what a great top from Kuba there.
Certainly more movement complexity on that problem. Chatting yesterday, we thought the problem number one we consider rather easy and expect plenty of tops. Problem number two got branded as medium. Whatever that means, let's just say that...
I'm here for the changing grades to just go easy, medium, hard from now on. You know, it's much simpler in the world of climbing, wouldn't it?
Easy, medium, hard. Just 3 grades, nothing more.
Oh, that was so
close.
close from Slava there. I know for a fact that he could stick that, but can he do it with 1 minute 30 left on the clock?
Question for you, Shauna. When you attempted such a complex movement during a competition and you nearly stuck it, would you have rested to be better prepared for your next try, or would you have just had another go?
For some context there, I competed on the World Cup circuit for over a decade. Oh, very close against Slava. I think we'll see him rapid fire. So your question you're asking is, would I keep going as many times as I could? And I think on a movement like this, potentially, because every go you make, you're learning, but it has to be not only connected to your physical shape, but your emotional state as well. And you could see that he stopped because he got frustrated, which I think was a really smart choice. He's composing, he's looking, and you can see his eyes moving around. He's trying to get as much information before this next attempt, and I really hope we see him stick this move. And I don't think he could get any closer, could he? It's all about that right foot. If he can hit that right foot, he's not quite stuck it yet. His hand's hitting perfectly, but his right foot's not hitting the blue jib that's on the black hold. So that's why he's slipping off, because there's no texture on the black hold.
There is no texture on the black hold, but the blue chip is placed the nice side up.
Nice side up.
Yeah, this is all the details that you have to apply while you're moving. Where does my palm go? Where do I grab the first hold? Where do I grab the second hold? How do I shift my hip? Where do I hit the wall while my feet are moving? So you have to execute how many moves in one fluid motion?
Yeah, the complexity is hard to define, isn't it? And that was the closest attempt there, I think. His foot was slightly too high, but yeah, that's unfortunate that we didn't get to see him stick that, but really great progress again throughout the rotation. And next out, we have Edvards on M1? And Maxim on M2.
He's thinking of all the options. Maxim, what do I want to do? Can I cheat this? Can I stop midway? Is he going to take another try in stopping midway, or is he going to fully commit?
Really smooth from Edvards there. Yeah, it was such a slow movement from him, different to the athletes previous.
Yes.
See, he's got his foot on that tiny little white hold in the white volume, stands up to the top, pushes
Second try
into
top
the top
for Edvards.
Yeah, that was really smooth.
Yes, the pace of motion is very important with this style of climbing, and sometimes applying too much force creates too much of a swing, and it's very hard to stop a movement. And if you just time it perfectly, almost like you're going slow motion, often seems to be the way. Okay, all eyes on
Much
Maxim.
easier said than done, though, hey?
Easier said than done, correct.
Trying to cheat it. And when we say cheat, that doesn't mean it's something that's not allowed. We just mean doing beta that isn't intended. And we'll see a replay now of Edvards just looking really casual on that start section.
Yeah, cheating somewhat implies as if
it's not allowed, or
as a
it's wrong.
climber you're doing something wrong, or you're not faithful to someone. But route setters, I think we suggest, we encourage. I am a big fan of this approach rather than forcing. I think in order to force a movement, you can only do so with the highest level of athletes. And as said earlier,
I think even at that point, you your role is to provide the course, it's to provide the opportunity, and then there's no rule around what method or what process the athletes have to go through in that space. And Maxim, that again, opting for something slightly different. You know, he's tried maybe 4 or 5 different beaters, different methods here. It's going to be interesting to see which one he sticks with and uses his last minute to make the most attempts on. Oh, and that looks like the best one for him there, doesn't it?
So now imagine that he's departing the starting position, a left foot being the last one to leave, and the distance of the leap and landing with his right foot on the blue chip. Just think of that. This is like over 3 meters, if I'm not
and he
mistaken.
sticks it without the blue chip there. He stuck it on the no-text part of that hold, and he does hit the zone. He does need to use the zone to be awarded it, so we'll see if that goes up on the scoreboard. It should do, but we will see. There needs to be a body shift or a movement when he does hold that zone hold.
This position is so awkward.
Which he will get now. He's moved that foot through. This looks
horribly awkward.
really heinous. Oh, and you could see the sweat marks left behind and slapping his trousers. He looks frustrated. He will get on for one more attempt. There won't be enough time for a top, unfortunately, but very
It's a quick
cool to see
boulder.
him repeat that so fast and so easily.
Yeah, it's a quick boulder. If he stuck that, I think he would still have a chance of topping.
Oh,
Yep. I think we may see a 10-second execution of this problem.
what I find so fascinating is someone can spend so long trying to figure it out and then be able to repeat this movement here with ease, and you're almost sat here thinking, why was it ever hard in the first place? And that feeling is infuriating, especially as that clock ticks down. And you're right, if we had seen him stick that next move, we would have had a buzzer beater top, as we like to call it. But now we get to see Fadir out on boulder number 2 and boulder number 1. We've got Antoine, Latvian athlete and French athlete on your screen.
Oh yes, he's going for the slow solution.
In true French style, he is trying to tech it out on the slab and making it work.
Yes.
That was beautiful to watch.
Outstanding sense of balance.
It's what we'd
Precise
expect
movement.
of Antoine, isn't it? He is an absolute monster on the slabs, and I believe in the qualification round it was only him and Lucille that topped one of the hardest
Slabs.
boulders, which was a slab.
Yeah, and he was the only guy to top problem number 45.
That was such confidence in his footwork there. He really trusts his shoes. His hips were straight into the wall. Really, really, really well climbed. And now we get all eyes on Fadir as he really starts to grapple with boulder number 2, trying to
Wrestle his way through.
He opted for a static method, but I think he'll adjust that and try something else.
This is where the no texture holds come in very handy. If that hold had any texture, he would have just grabbed it and campused his way up.
Now, Fadir is an IFSC route setter. Do you consider who it is that you're setting for, and do you think that setters maybe have more insight because they have experience on the other side of the mats, or are the athletes now just so well practiced that it doesn't matter too much? Because I do feel like athletes could benefit from doing some route setting from time to time.
Absolutely right, yeah. I think all the athletes can benefit from a tight cooperation with route setters. I think plenty of these...
Tactical operation?
Tight.
I was like, I thought you said tactical operation. I was like, that sounds great.
Tight cooperation can improve your tactics as
yes,
as
tight
a
cooperation,
competitor.
sorry.
I think a lot of these guys also work as setters in the home gyms, right? Or they inspire ideas that the local route setting teams will then set for the walls and where they will train.
Can I ask, with Fadir here, do you think that this is a case of him not reading the boulder right? Oh, that was so incredibly close to sticking it. Or do you think he knows what the route setters have intended and isn't able to perform that on the mats within the time? And quick question on this though, do you think this method can work?
he would if we gave him all the time in the world, no doubt he would do it. Will he do it within the minute that's remaining? It's a tough question. He will try it again, and I think he was very close to sticking. Okay, so the left foot swing is a bit of a problem for him because of the distance that he's traveling.
And that's because the right hand is good, but only when your body weight is on the left-hand side.
Yes, exactly. So the reason that he's falling is the twist in his hip, in his pelvis. Yeah, so his whole body is twisting from the left leg outwards, and he's got too much momentum to control it. And if he was using the...
You can just see him peeling away from the wall, and he's staring at his right hand, willing it to stay on.
Same thing over and over again.
And you know for a fact that he believes that's possible by the fact that he was getting on with so little time to go.
So this was a question of complexity over brutality, and he opted for the brutal version, which proved too hard. But yet he felt close, so he decided that that's the one worth exploring.
And that's kind of one of the beautiful things about climbing, is that there's many different methods that you can perform on the wall, and different ones work for different athletes. So we get to see them express themselves in different ways. But right now on the screen, who've we got up?
The strongest after the semis, Slav Kirov on boulder number 1. Will he flash it? Okay, he went semi-slow, semi-fast.
Yeah, straight down the middle there. Slow, fast is slow, and slow is fast, right? And it's all smooth for him.
Great.
That was so smooth.
So I think
that looked like a different boulder.
I think for number 1 we have a decent score. 2 flashes, if I'm not mistaken.
Just watch his hips here, straight in, and you can see as he just throws them straight into the wall. Perfect finishing position. That was really a masterclass in slab
Very
climbing.
good feeling for how to apply pressure on your feet and how to shift your hips.
Yeah, that was great to watch. But on our screens now, we've got M2, we've got Philippe.
Okay, trying the original idea that we were trying to propose for this round. So maybe a bit of a background for this movement. Obviously, what we wanted to have was a left palm press, right hand to the first black unit, and bump again to the second hold with your right hand, land on the small jib.
And Philip is more of a sport climber, right? He's more of a lead climber, so
Correct.
maybe not as well practiced in these more kind of
Complex, new
boulder-specific
school,
movements. I
boulder-specific
held my breath there because I
movements.
felt like I was willing him to stay on the wall. I just wanted to hold my breath for him because that looked close. Again,
And
it's
that's
different
lovely
method.
that you do it. We can't. The route setting discussion can take on so long, and we can delve so deep into it. And then our role here is to give you a bit of a background insight. But most of all, he was so close again. So this is such a trap, isn't it? This is such a trap.
So now what he has to do, so when he stood there on the mats, he's chalking up and he's staring at the wall, and that's because he has to decide, does he keep trying this method or explore alternative methods that might work for him? And he looks close to that, but I'm not convinced that method is going to work within this time frame for him. So
that question mark could be the greatest issue for him. Am I committed enough to this one particular solution, or do I still have the doubt in the back of my head? Well,
and he's looking down at his hand there, which means that his skin is probably feeling it a little bit.
his skin is quite likely bashed.
Oh,
A good thing about these holds, they haven't got brutal amount of friction, so you can still pull pretty hard.
he bumped again on a couple of his attempts, so he is switching between different beaters, different options for the movement. And he's still studying in high school as well, which is so impressive that he's out there on this mats competing
But this
against...
is more and more commonplace, isn't it? Competitors at a very young age being very successful among senior climbers.
Yeah, and you know, his dream is to make a semi-finals at a World Cup, to climb 9A on rock, and to keep competing and hopefully winning comps is what he's saying. So yeah, he wants to. His goal here is to make the podium if he can and enjoy the round. But he's competed in 2 previous Mood Masters and improved his position every time. So it'd be great to see him do that. Finished 7th last year, and he's having a tough time out there right now. But you've got to remember, there's still 2 boulders to go.
This is probably. You just said his goal is to climb 9A, and I presume this is the lead climb 9A, yeah?
Yes. Well, he said 9A, so we'll see. I feel like his goal could be to lead climb or boulder 9A. He's 18 years old. The world is his oyster.
Okay, so we get to see Slava on M3. What is he going to do there? And Kuba Zientek attempting climb number 2. Kuba loves this style. I think he will show us something interesting. And Slava, very strong. Will we do it? What is he going to do?
Oh, wow.
Okay, both-handed jump.
That's not what I was expecting on M3. And also with Kuba, I think I thought he'd find this position a little bit faster too. I know it's been less than a minute, but he looks a bit more confused than I maybe anticipated. And Slava, this is not the beta that I had read. Is it? Did you try it this way?
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Well, it's just to give you a bit of a perspective on the black hole place on the other side of the red stack of volumes. It's a decent crimp, which we wanted to be used for the left hand.
Just like he was trying there, so going
like
left hand over. He did grab his shoulder there, so maybe that's the reason he's not been trying that previously. Kuba making that work, a different method, again, on that boulder. Can we see our first look at the second part of boulder 2?
That zone on M2 is a costly one.
Yeah, you can see the sweat left behind their fingers. You can see Slava's kind of throwing his shoulder around, not looking super comfortable out there. Looks like a brutal move, first move on M3, and a really tricky position to be in on M2 when you're on the zone.
It's likely the hardest individual move of the final round, and saying that this would be the hardest individual move of the whole competition wouldn't be too far-fetched.
Yeah, we see Kuba's method on M2 there. Different again, but making it work, and that's what we expected from Kuba, figuring out a beta that works for him. And Slava is up. He managed to stick it. He's in the zone. Can we see a top of M3 with our first competitor? He's fighting hard there. He's got to get his foot up onto that next blue jib that you can see. He turned the right hand. His leg was quivering. He looked like he was fighting just to be on the wall there. Never mind make a move.
What did he do? Did he jump? I think he jumped both-handed.
We'll get to see when he tries.
What's your guess? Because we didn't see it on the live stream. I don't know what he did.
Yeah, we don't get to know that right now. We'll get to see when he gets back on again. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was a double jump. Maybe we'll have a little look now. There we go, 2 hands.
Yeah.
Dino doing something the route setters hadn't even considered. And that is exactly what I love to see from athletes, keeping you guys on your toes.
And we love it. We love a bit of creativity.
Yeah, it here just looks like such a strenuous, awkward position to be in, and you can see he's not actually able to move that foot because of where his body positioning is, so he's going to have to change something if he wants to make that work. But wow,
and he just does it again.
So cool to see him stick that move.
And Kuba sticks the first move on M2.
Yeah, very cool to see that repeated.
So we got progression on both problems.
Oh, Slava looking exhausted as he hits the mats. He needs a Red Bull, guys. And Kuba is up. He sticks the double dino. He's going to get 1 hand on the top. 3 seconds, 2 hands. 2 hands with 2 seconds to go.
That is a buzzer beater.
Sure was a buzzer beater.
This man.
And a huge smile from him.
Fantastic.
Let's get a replay. He throws himself up the wall here and manages to stick these next 2 holds, which are positive but are angled at such an awkward way. And look at that swing. And this clock is ticking down. He won't know exactly how long he has, but he'll have known that he needed to be quick, and quick he was.
Fantastic performance from
Clock
Kuba.
got very exciting, didn't it?
Yeah, great.
Okay. Little breather for a moment, and we've got Edward and Maxim out on the mats.
Edwards is a climber that has World Cup experience. So for him, this sort of complex movement is not so new. Yeah,
I
great
asked
stop,
Edwards
second
what he
try.
loves about climbing, and he said that it's always different. So I feel like he's very open to trying new things, and he had a great round in the semi-finals, performing so impressively well.
Oof. Second try drops the second difficulty, but I think this is looking pretty good for Edwards. I think he has a high chance of topping this
Yeah,
problem.
he could see his body was quite far out from the wall there. He'll need to be quite much tighter to make that work. And I did ask him what his goal at this competition was, and he said to do his best with not a lot of skin. So he's going to need to be very secure on those holds. Over on the right of your screen, we've got Maxim struggling with this first move. You were saying that this could possibly be the hardest move in the entire competition. Although, I guess it depends what beta option you opt for.
Yes, I think so. If it's a jump, right hand into the black crimp and compress with the red skyball. Skyball is just the name of the range of the holds, but the red volumes. So then it's a
We can
hard
guess
movement.
what a sky ball is. It's literally a ball in the sky, though.
It's a ball in the sky. Yeah. Then it's a difficult move, but I think the way we imagined this move to work out and what we were hoping for is a left hand twist campus move, and I think the campus beta is harder than just a both handed jump.
Good to see Edwards.
Is he
there.
topping this problem right now? I think he is. I think he got it.
He really struggled to repeat that first move, which we've not seen from the other athletes, but I do hope he's able to really focus now on this next jump. He's jumping off a right foot with no texture at all, but it was so much better. Way higher into his shoulders, one hand on the top, second hand will come in now. And his head dips. I think he looked a little disappointed, but I wish he didn't, because that was really great to see him really persevere through that, especially after not sticking that first move. He did it, and then it took him multiple attempts to repeat that again, which is a hard place to be when you're out on those mats.
So if we saw a trace of disappointment, I think he was disappointed in burning, in wasting tries.
Yes.
He felt like he should have done the try that he felt, because so far it seems like we will see more tops than in the previous rounds. So he's aware of the fact that the numbers matter.
The numbers matter because it is all about getting to the top of these climbs in the least number of tries, the least number of attempts. So using quite a few can have a significant impact.
This is something that can, determine your score in the end. If all the problems get topped by more than 3 climbers, this determines where you end up.
Maxim with 20 seconds on the clock. His best moment ever, he said, was cheering on his teammates, which I thought was a very beautiful statement. And he said his goal here was to firstly make the finals, so he's achieved that, and he's looking for something more. So he's going to be wanting to give a good show out there, and he's going to pull on with just a few seconds left on the clock. And he definitely tried hard there, but that move with that method does look crazy hard.
That's such a sweet thing to say. If you remove the emotions from yourself and transfer them to other people, and you say your greatest moment was supporting your team and being with your people, I think that's just beautiful.
Yeah, 20 years old as well. That's such a sweet guy.
Right, Antoine on number 2 and Fede on number 3. What is he going to do? Is he going to go for the original method, or is he going to jump both-handed? Yeah, he knows this is possible.
Do you think the athletes will have discussed that as a beta option during the observation period?
Yes, I think they would have shared that information.
And the move I'm asking about is what Fadir's doing here, so jumping to the right hand as a crimp. And it almost looks like they think that is potentially the intended method. I guess now there's quite a lot of chalk on the red skyball, so the red volume, which will lead the athletes later in the round into that direction a little bit more.
Into thinking that this is what we intended. Yeah, quite likely. And just getting into the starting position, you don't have a very clear idea of how you're supposed to do it. And this is 3 tries from Fadir without trying a different method. So I think he's going to...
Yeah, he seems pretty convinced he's able to stick that.
Okay, so...
he tries a different method just after you say that.
Just to
prove you wrong.
I'm just guessing. I have no idea what the athletes are thinking. I'm only just guessing and making suggestions. But yeah, there is a different positioning in the feet for the start of M3. If you want to go with your left hand into the Gaston on the left crimp, you twist the left knee in, which stabilizes your hips and allows you to reach that hold in a much more controlled position, because there are no additional feet on the big blue volumes, and they are slippery, so the foot is very unstable, or the feet, both of the feet are unstable. And if you launch both-handed, yes, Antoine, sticking the first move on M2.
I was just about to say, we've not talked about Antoine much here. He's been trying the same beta throughout his rotation and just dialing it in. And Fadir as well, doing something absolutely crazy, impressively strong. On M3, that was one of the most impressive feats of strength I've seen. So much action on your screens right now. We see both athletes pushing to the top of the wall. One hand on the top for Antoine. Second hand comes in. Can we see a send for Fadir too? A little foot pop.
Sweet.
So unfortunately not. I am not sure if Fadir can pull that off again, because that looked crazy
that cost
difficult.
Him so much energy.
Antoine, though, he just took his time. He dialed that movement in. He was so patient with his climbing out there on the mats. And I think that showed real maturity in his climbing. You know, he's 25 years old, been competing for 15 years. So
15 years
you would
of competition
expect
experience.
that. I mean, Fadir's been competing for 20, so, you know, there's a lot of experience on your screen just now, and Antoine looked pretty satisfied with that, I'd say. Yeah, I asked both of these climbers what their favourite thing about climbing was, and Antoine just said pinches.
Pinches.
And Fadir said root setting and resting.
And
Resting.
respect to Antoine for being the only climber so far who, after sticking the first difficulty on M2, hasn't fallen
Sent it
from
to the top.
second move. Yeah.
Can Fadir do this again? Yes, he can, and much more easily that time too. Wow, this guy is strong.
Okay, so M3 isn't really working out the way we perhaps planned.
It's not, but
does it look easy?
Not at all.
Are they
and I
cheating
think
us?
Fadir would agree. He does need to get that left foot up if he's gonna get enough height to go to that top hold. He left his left foot behind. He needed to move it up to a small little blue jib that you can see just above him. Arms in the air, a little mini celebration. That was a great show, even if we didn't see a top. Fair play, Fadir. This is... Did you try this way?
Actually, at 5 a.m. this morning, it dawned on me that this is possible, but I didn't want to address it because I knew we had no time left.
Because it was 5 a.m.
Yeah. I mean, sorry, this 5 a.m. I was in my bed, falling asleep, reading a book and ready to go and ready to fall asleep. And suddenly I had this idea. Yeah, but now it's possible to match the right starting hold and just go up with the right hand.
Root setting is
but like I said,
incredibly difficult, but I'm just going to interrupt us both because we've got athletes on the screen absolutely crushing. I think this might be Slav's first go.
This is his first go, yeah. 30 seconds in and he's already controlling zone.
Oh, and opting to step back, chalk up.
Philip.
And our first climber wearing a chalk bag on the wall, which is really, really smart if you think that it's going to be possible to chalk up like it is on the climb here. And, you know, it is hot and sweaty out there today, isn't it? And remembering that these climbers have done so much climbing before this. Oh, and a big fire on that right hand there. Look straight at his hand. But sticking that jump first try is very impressive.
Did you by any chance see how he did it?
No, we didn't get a look at that. We'll see it on his next attempt. He was on the wall before we'd even finished talking about the previous rotation. How inconsiderate of him. Too quick for us. Yeah, and Philip as well. He's kind of rapid fire in these different attempts and different methods. And, I think being one of the youngest competitors, I think there is a lot to learn about tactics when you're out on the mats as well. And I think if he chooses one method and gives it a really good try, we'll see a bit more success. But it's hard to do that when you're out on the mats with all that pressure. And Slav back on again here.
Okay.
That's how we did it.
So shifting the hip far to the right and hitting the foot.
Yeah, but he had so
before
much
the
control in his
shoulders.
right arm. He's so strong in that right arm, so much control. He does look a little bit confused by this next part. He really doesn't want to stand on
This
that.
position is horrible.
He really didn't want to stand on that no-tex, but that didn't matter. He's just so strong. If his hand hits a hold, he's not letting go of it, is he?
Problem with that position was the foot with no text is really high up, and the force is really pushing you to the right, and you would apply all the force to stop it. You have to apply off the right foot.
Yeah, you can see here. So
there
if
is
you
no texture.
watch that right foot, there's
Very
absolutely
unstable
no
position.
texture. Big pounce off the bottom foot, the left foot. Right foot slipped, but it didn't slow him down at all. That's so strong.
much control
His
in the upper
contact
part.
strength is second to none.
As with all these competitors, I mean, they're all brutally strong. They're very efficient. They must have amazing control of their emotions and generally deal well with pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Slav is 20. He's been climbing for 16 years, competing for 15 years. He's been climbing almost as long as Philip's been alive. So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of experience out on these mats. And, Philip's been climbing for 7 years and he's got so much experience already.
Wow.
And he's being incredibly creative out here. And I can almost guarantee that is not something the route setters would have ever considered could be a possibility.
No, but it does look familiar. And I will just keep it like that.
Yeah, I think he can do that way. I think he can do the jump.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
Not with 13 seconds on the clock.
in an open qualifier, he would have stuck it sooner or later.
He's only been competing for 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah,
And 7 years of climbing together.
Yeah, it's so new to the world of climbing, and I think that he's got amazing potential ahead of him. That's for sure.
All right, Slava, first climber out on the last problem of today's round. Is he going to flash it?
Slava said his dream in climbing is
No.
to have durable skin.
Durable skin.
I
That's
feel
a
like
good
that's
one.
a good dream.
Then this is what we wanted. This is how we. You see,
Kuba,
this is a
keeping the
Polish
route
climber
setters
stepping
happy.
out to the Polish problem, and look, he does it instantly.
Oh, look
Great.
at this.
That is great to see.
Keeping the route setters happy with the intended sequence. Can we see a flash from Kuba on men's 3? Really tight drop D there. Gets a moment to give his left hand a break. One hand on the sloper. He needs to get that left foot up, but he's just fighting to stay on the wall there.
I think tactically he should rest for 2.5 minutes and just leave enough time on the clock to have one more good go. And then he
Or
increases.
tactically, he could do the jump, which seems a lot easier.
Nah, come on, we want the crowd pleaser. Look, that is just such a cool movement, isn't it?
It is really, really cool and so fun to watch, but wow, it looks a lot harder.
But to be honest, I'm happy to see creativity, and this is how I like to view bouldering. I see it as canvas for being creative, and as route setters, we just give people the opportunity of self-expression, and whatever tickles your fancy, whichever solution you pick to.
When I asked Kuba what his best comp moment ever, he said it's not yet happened. So maybe you could give him that moment.
Okay, heel instead of the toe. Yeah, well, I think if you begin problem number 4 using the left heel instead of the toe,
Oh,
or
Slava.
you're just having a hard time.
He looks exhausted. What have you done to him? This is all your fault. You route setters.
But this is his 3rd competition within the...
And when Slava came out, you said he's quite a fan of slabs, right? Mm-hmm. So do you think he might be getting frustrated that he's not able to kind of showcase his best skills on this by kind of getting established and getting stuck into this delicate climb?
Well, yeah, this is a great question because even though the terrain is steep, this is an overhang, it actually climbs like a slab. So maybe he is getting frustrated that his favorite sort of problem is presenting him with difficulties.
Slava.
Once you get into this position, you're actually in the slab.
Really
toe instead of a heel again.
Really needs. Do you think it's a heel's better or?
No, toe is much better
Okay.
because it allows you
Yeah.
to press.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I attempted this move using my heel and I was corrected instantly by my fellow setters. No, this is a toe, They wouldn't even let me try it.
Slava said that he's a weekend warrior. Local projects and rocks and comps every weekend, but right now Kuba is up again, but he
Running out of
just
juice.
he looks exhausted.
Thank you, Kuba.
Kuba will
Just
go
a
and
quick
take a
hand
break,
raise.
and Slava will go right until the end. It is his last climb of the round. I think we might see him. Oh no, he's given a wave. He said his favourite thing about climbing was falling on children when they run onto the mats. So I think he was joking with us a little bit there. It was good to know he's got a good character. Thank you so much, Slava. That was great to see you giving it. I think we can fairly say he gave it absolutely everything.
They gave it all. Okay.
Edwards and Maxim. I love the moment where the sound drops and there's a moment of calm between the rotations and everyone kind of takes a breath, especially as we near the end of a finals when it's all starting to shape up and we get to see who's in the runnings. And goodness
this is
gracious.
such a display of power. That is just so cool.
I have to say in the semi-finals as well, Edwards just looked on another level when it came to the pure displays of power, and I really hope we get to see a top on this one. He looked a little bit unsure of where the foot placements were there, but what's different with Edwards on that climb is he had time to think, time to process. He looked content.
Yes.
So I do think we'll get to see him back up high. You know, he's had less than a minute on the clock, and Maxim is just starting to establish and squirm. I'm going to say squirm his way into the meat of boulder number 4.
Wow. That is a zone for him.
It is.
And the way he used the underside of the volume just to get in a stable position, that is so hard and so difficult to read.
And so creative as well.
Very creative, very just
really smart
perfect.
climbing.
Yes, very smart. Maybe a second just to say Edwards is much taller than any other of these climbers. So whereas for the rest of the guys, bringing the left foot up onto the red skyball was fairly easy. For him, he's just in such a much more compressed position.
And that's when he's in this next section, right? So although the start may actually lend itself to being slightly easier if you're taller, the top is actually harder, isn't it? So C's really having to fight just to get into position there.
It seems like he's got battery for 30 whatever seconds. He launches off the problem, he's full of power, and then he gets to that position and his level just runs out of juice.
I'm going to ask you, so it looks to me, it doesn't like he's run out of power at all. I think he's hitting that hold and he just has no skin or no contact with it. Like, he doesn't seem to be fading to me. I don't know. How slopey is that hold? And do you think that maybe it's just too sweaty and too hot out there to make that hold work potentially?
Well, it certainly... I mean,
look
it
at his
looked
skin.
like he's got blood on his hands, but obviously it's not blood because then he would have been stopped from continuing.
Yeah, the
to climb.
climbers are not allowed to continue
Yes.
climbing if they're bleeding. The bleeding must
And
be
the rules
stopped.
are very strict in this regard.
Maxim making it out to that zone again. Sorry to interrupt you there, Kuba, but
No,
we
watching
get
the
to
climbers
see
is
him
the most important.
stick
Go
that.
on, Maxim. He sticks the
Oh,
move,
he's-
and this
you
is
told
pure
me
commitment.
you told me it was over at this point. It's simple,
this
right?
is the easy movement.
I don't
Pure
like it when
commitment.
I don't like it when route setters say that, and neither do athletes. But I want to see Maxim stick this. He wants to stick this. You want to see it. Come on, Maxim. Doesn't look like he's quite found the right trajectory, the right swing. Edwards as well, fading and looking like he's going to walk away. Maxim, unfortunately, no top for him. That is going to be not what he wanted in the slightest. He's going to be disappointed with that, I expect. Big foot slip. He looked unsure and uncertain, and I feel confident in saying that if that wasn't a comp, he would have breezed through that move. But the performing these committing wild movements under pressure, it's hard to explain what that's like until you've experienced it, isn't it?
I think what happened is the second of hesitation caused him to misplace his left foot on the volume, and he didn't catch contact with it. He just slid down the left foothold and had no way of propelling himself up towards the top hold. Onto a lot of force.
And a big smile. It looked like
And a big smile.
it looked like he made a little mistake there, but he saw the humour in it, that's for sure. And
Well, generally what competitors have in common is they like when the problems are hard, and they like to be challenged, and more often you will hear that they are disappointed that the round was too easy than they are frustrated because the round was too hard. Would you say that is
I
correct?
very much agree with that, and I think that it's what we want to see as the audience as well. And I truly believe that route setting is one of the most underrated jobs in the world of sport. I think it's an impossible task that you get asked to do, but Antoine here is suddenly activated cruise mode on this attempt, hasn't he? Really deep drop knee, gets a little shake, which could be crucial to make that top hold work. Can he get that left foot up? Swaps feet, left foot is up. This could be the moment we get to see our first top of M3. He's setting up for the movement. One hand up, sticks it, second hand comes in. That was awesome.
Fantastic top for him. I'm so happy to see it as well, because progressively we've seen less and less tops on each problem, but they are getting done.
They are getting done. It's almost like you intended it.
Well, this is what we do, isn't it? We try to build an exciting show.
And that
it-
you have. That was a really great performance from Antoine there, and we've seen different approaches, and it just looked like he did activate a different mode here, didn't it? He just suddenly seemed so much more relaxed and content.
Yes, and this is where the hardest problem of the qualies was located.
Look at that, he's got his left toe on the red
Bowl.
volume, not
Yes,
on the
not the
hold,
chip.
allowing him to get much deeper into that drop knee, taking some weight off his hands. He had a quick shakeout, matched in, and then had to just fire up to that top
Just
hold. He
commit.
looked for a right foot. There wasn't one, but it didn't matter. And that contact strength to hit that top hold, there was no movement when he hit it to control his momentum. It's really impressive. And what are we seeing here? We did getting creative.
Yeah, well, that
Which-
would save him some time. If he managed to get into
Think
that
it'd work?
position,
Looks
do
like
I
it could work.
think does it? Well,
Could.
The holds are heinous. The blue left hand and the white hand are just barely existing. So unless your feet are located on the two chips, which are actually pretty good for this level, there is very little way of applying any pressure on the handholds. And they only really work if you compress them, so your body has to be
It's a
in
little
between.
bit conceptual, the running start then.
Yeah, I think that was pushing the limits of movement on this one.
But good to see him try, and this definitely looks like a better option. A grimace on his face as he stands up tall. This is looking better from Fidere, isn't it?
Great. Okay, so he's actually going the way we imagined this boulder to work out. So it's a press into the bigger hold and then slight shift
And now?
onto the zone. Yeah.
Big
Step up,
explosion out
big
of the legs.
explosion over your shoulder, over your head, into a hold that has no positive edge. So it's also very directional, and you have to react quickly, shift your body, stop the body swing with the left foot on the grey volume. Very complex movement. It's simple in its complexity, or complex in its simplicity.
Oh, I love it. Poetic.
So this is what we try, yeah? Like, we try to present movements that are simple and elegant, yet require a lot of understanding of detail. Okay, Slav Kirov, problem number 3. Last competitor, is he going to do it? If he flashes, he's ahead.
That looked super chill, but he hasn't twisted.
Okay,
So
whoa.
again, another beater. Will this save
Whoa.
him time or make it awkward?
He is so
Looks
determined.
like it saved him time. He's stronger than the sequence. So fast with that bottom section. No drop knee though. I think he's going to need that.
What's the hold like? You asked me before. It's better the
This
higher
is the
you
left
get it.
hand that we see Slav have here. This is the hold we're talking about. It's better the higher that you get it. His foot is up, so he should be able to bring that second hand in. We know it's not over until you are 2 hands on this top hold. He's going slow. He's locking it off.
Wow.
That was a display of strength.
Easy.
He
That's way too easy.
looks like he's on a totally different level
He had,
today.
He
Feels-
could climb another one like this. He could just continue going on at this level for another 6 moves or so.
You know, Slav said his dream in climbing is to become world champion and a World Cup winner, and I believe that we could see that for sure.
How old
with
is
the
he?
way he's climbing right now. He's 20 years old. You know, he's been climbing for 16 years, competing for 15 years, so started in the comp circuit pretty quickly. But yeah, he's coaching kids and studying at the National Sports Academy in Bulgaria, and he said his best comp moment ever was placing first at the European Cup in Geneva, Italy. His goal is in this comp is to have fun and try hard on cool boulders. So it looks like you're giving him that opportunity. And yeah.
Let's just pause there for a second. He's a 20-year-old geezer who's been climbing for 16 years, yeah? Started climbing at the age of 4. This is very early.
Yeah, same as me. Started at 4.
Same as you. And
Well, I'm a bit older than him.
started competing at what age did you start competing?
I started competing at the age of 7, so
7. And Slav?
yeah. He started competing 15 years ago, so at the age of 5. Yeah, when I was
And this is how
5,
you
there weren't
build
comps for
successful
kids.
This is how you become a successful competition climber.
It sure is, and you can see here he's just on a different level today, and I
Yeah.
think that his confidence on the wall as well is
Staying composed all the way till the last
And,
move. Look how he stopped.
He's understanding that he has the strength and the ability to do that move more controlled. The more efficient way would be to go fast, but he knew he didn't need to, and yeah,
And
really
going
impressive
faster
climbing,
is
and
higher risk as well.
it is for sure, yeah. And Philip is struggling to get established on M4. We know that it's a really tough boulder, this one.
Well, let's be fair, it's all a struggle, isn't it?
It sure is.
This discipline is about struggling.
Yeah, and
But in a beautiful way.
in a beautiful way,
We
a way
try
that
to
we love.
introduce beauty into this struggle.
If you don't climb, you should definitely go climbing. It's a fun kind of struggle. Yeah, as a more of a lead climber, you know, this sort of style is not going to be that familiar to you, is it?
I would imagine this is something you can come across in the upper part of a route sometimes, when you're done climbing through the initial overhang and then you have a lip to climb over. So maybe not the first crux of the route, but certainly not foreign style to lead climbers.
He gave a wave to the crowd there, and I do think he looked a little disappointed. I know that feeling when you walk away wishing you'd been able to give more, but I think still just being out there on the mats with some of the best climbers around, I think, is a massive achievement. So hopefully he's able to see that.
It's certainly an achievement, probably not the way he sees it now. I think he was expecting, he had high expectations of himself, which is all understandable. Kuba Ziętek, problem number 4. Classical intro into more new school movement at the end. Is he going to top it?
I have to say, in this comp, I've seen more athletes with grazes on their faces than I think any other comp I've ever been to. What are you doing to them?
The surface of the wall is particularly harsh. So, I don't know, some gyms go for no texture walls, and I'm a great fan of that. And some gyms go for hardcore friction, and this is certainly the case of the latter. What's your take on this? Do you like gyms that have no texture on the wall?
As a professional climber, it's my job to do lots and lots of climbing. So usually I prefer less friction, mainly because it just eats your skin alive and churns through climbing shoes. But I do like, when I'm route setting, I really enjoy having a textured wall because I feel like you can play with it a lot more. So yeah, I like both, but I think the athletes here are pretty beat up. You know, their ankles are pretty grazed, their faces have got
Head
some
to
big
toe.
grazes. Yeah, you know, it's gonna sting in the shower tonight, that's for sure. But interesting with Kuba here, I think we all expected him to find the first part of this a little bit easier than he is doing.
Kuba isn't the most delicate of all climbers. If you know what I mean. This is a delicate intro, and I think he excels in power style of climbing. And yeah, this requires a lot of...
Do you think he's carrying any frustration from not managing to make the previous boulder work, or is he fully focused right now? He does look like he's fully focused, and he's actually really managed
he's focused.
to figure that bit out there. He looked a bit rushed to me on that attempt. It's
Yeah.
almost like his success started
Left foot.
to...
His left foot was slightly stiff, and it just lacked that
softness. Yeah.
Maybe this is something you gain with experience.
Yeah, I think experience and, you know, maturity in your
Maturity
time
is the
on,
word, yes.
like out on the mats as well. And, you know, he's 23 years old, and I think he's climbing really well. But I think, you know, when you're in a movement like that, you just have to do so many moves of that style to start to unlock them and understand them. I think if it is something that you consider a weakness or something you don't like so much, it's so hard to perform on those out on the mats. And I think my biggest tip to anyone wanting to progress in comp climbing is to, anything you don't like is your biggest weakness. So if it's something you don't like, if it's slabs, if it's jumps, whatever it is, you need to learn to like it, because you're on the back foot as soon as you get out on that mat if they put something in front of you that you don't like. So
That is so simple yet so true. If you
It's also
come across
so
a climb
hard
that's
to-
just kicking your butt, this is the greatest lesson out of it. The greatest takeaway is just trying and trying and trying.
And that's exactly what Cooper's doing. He's trying, and he's making it work. He's thinking about something different. Hits the zone. I'm not sure if he'll be awarded it, as he didn't use the zone. You do have to use it to be awarded it. There is only 20 seconds left on the clock. His focus is locked in. I hope he knows what the time is, because he does need to get on the wall pretty quick time if he wants to secure a zone and try for a top. This will be his last attempt. 5 seconds. The clock is ticking down. Very rushed. There wasn't enough time, and the pressure of the time ticking down really played on his mind during that last attempt. He walks away looking frustrated, I would say, but it was really cool to see him start to unlock that lower movement. And again, I think if we gave him as much time as he'd like, I think he'd breeze
would.
this boulder.
Absolutely. It's an interesting style to practice as well, because this level of setting is not too common at indoor gyms. So you would really have to climb outdoors a lot, and most of the dedicated competition climbers don't really have the time to explore outdoor climbing as much.
Yeah.
I guess you would have something to say in this regard, Shauna. You transferred to outdoor climbing once you...
Yeah, I spent a long time competing, over a decade, on the World Cup circuit, and yeah, did all right at a few World Cups. Stood on quite a few
Were
podiums.
you a world champion?
Yeah, I was world number one twice, and got over 30 medals at the World Cups. Just going to drop that in
30
there.
medals.
Yeah, just to explain why I am so fascinated by the intricacies of climbing movement is because I've spent a lot of time out on those mats myself, but transitioning into rock climbing I think is something that is so hard to do because it feels like a different sport, but in some ways there's things you learn on rock that you just can't learn in the gym and that do transfer. And I do think that there's lots of crossover, but I think now the demands of rock climbing, the demands of competition climbing, are just so high, and the level you need to be at to compete on the big stages just doesn't feel possible to balance both very often. It can be really, really tricky for sure.
It's just that comp climbing training is so time consuming.
It is. I've recently just started doing a bit more comp training because I have been considering doing another comp, just one, and I'd totally forgotten how exhausting it is. I climbed and trained, and I'm only a week into the world of comp training again, and I'm aching everywhere from head to toe, but
Would you say
that's how these guys feel on the mats, that's for sure.
And would you say your current training routine is much different from the one you had as an active competitor?
Yes, it's very different. When I was training for the Olympics, the life looked a lot different. I had the luxury of sleeping as much as I wanted and not getting up in the night with a 3-year-old. I have a 3-year-old daughter, and parent life is very different. But yeah, it's a tricky task, and I think it's just so hard to articulate what these guys and these girls are putting themselves through to perform at this level. And we're seeing Edwards on the mat here. He's 22 years old and he's been competing internationally from the age of 14.
This is the youngest you can enter the international circuit, correct?
Yes, yeah, it is. So he's had some really good results, and I think his best comp moment ever, he said, is the European Championship finals and his first World Cup semi-finals. So he's really stepping in to the elite level at the World Cups as well. And it's interesting to see how dominant he is in one specific style. Like on the last boulder, to see him cruising through those crimps. And now we're seeing kind of where he has areas for improvement. And I think this can be really hard as an athlete to know, like when you're out on the mats and you're struggling. But I think for me, it's super exciting in a way because he has so much to unlock within his potential. And I do think this position in particular looks difficult for him being taller.
Yes.
But I do believe it's possible again for him. And it's unfortunate that this wasn't the ending of that round that he would have wanted. We didn't get to see him really getting stuck into Boulder 4. But I hope he knows that this means that he has so much more gains to make.
Not everyone can get what they want. Okay. Well, so with the current standing, this competition can be realistically won by either one of the two climbers. Either this gentleman or the one that is going to step out.
We won't know. It won't be over until it's over.
They are separated by 3 attempts, if I'm correct. Both scoring 3 tops. It's just the number of tries they required for this.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this. And if Antoine wants to keep himself in the running for first place, he needs to top this boulder. And he's looking in a great position to pounce out of that there. It didn't look like he got quite enough height there, if I'm right.
It's hard to generate the height.
It looked like he had a really good position, and he looked too delicate to me. Like he needed to go with a bit more power and feist.
The reason for this is that you generate the power mostly of the right wide foot and the angle that it's placed at. Yeah, so this is where he's driving his right foot right now. It's really descending downwards, and you would want it to be slightly more slanted to really be able to push and press against it. And this is why it's so hard to stabilize in this shoulder press. And
so if I understand well, the foothold is not very positive, is what you're saying.
Yes, that is what I had in mind.
So trying
it's not positive enough.
As you weight that foothold, you're not getting much feedback, and it's really hard to kind of put the power down through that foot.
Yes, and if we had put it a slightly more positive, it would encourage them to start moving statically across these positions. So the reason for this is very determined. Still, do you have any knowledge whether Antoine does a lot of outdoor climbing?
I don't know too much about his outdoor climbing, but he did say he wants to climb a 9A boulder. So, he's got big dreams outdoors as well as indoors. Antoine's an interesting one because he wants to be world champion, he wants to climb 9A boulder outside, and he wants to edit the best climbing movie ever. So, there's a lot of big goals
Ambition
going on
man,
there,
yeah.
and I like it, I'm here for it. He's an engineering student, he's a member of the French team. He was training in his barn for 10 years before he got into the French team. So yeah, he's a big fan of editing movies, and he said he tried soccer, but definitely gets more talent with his hands. So I think he's a much bigger fan of climbing than soccer. And he said his best comp moment ever was top 10 in the Prague World Cup, which was his first semi-finals. So yeah, he's got some good experience and some big goals. I think he climbs really methodically, he's thinking a lot. And it's cool to see him really starting to move through this in his own way. He's using that heel that you said. I do know he's going to Rocklands, and he's been there before. He's going to Rocklands for the summer, so yeah, he's got big goals on rock as well as in competition, but his focus right now, you can see it's entirely in every single movement that he's doing here. Oh, so painfully close.
Too much swing.
There's just no point at which his movement stops there. I would have loved to see him give that last
just to make it clear, I was trying to make a point that the toe over the heel for the initial sequence is the only solution, and Antoine just proved us wrong. He did this every single try. He did this using his left.
Yeah, he looked like he really trusted his shoes on that move.
It's just a matter of
personal
skill
preference,
and trust
skill,
and personal preference.
And climbing shoes make a big difference too.
Yeah, certainly. And the climbing shoe can be matched with your personal preference.
Yeah. But this is the moment. If Slav does this boulder, he wins.
Presenting us with a perfect result as well.
Yes. So no pressure,
Fingers
Slav.
crossed.
The route setters entirely depend upon you.
Fingers crossed for this guy. So you just told us that, what is Slav's best score?
Slav's best comp moment was World Youth Championships actually in China. He said he placed third in boulder, and he's also placed first at a European Cup in Geneva in Italy. So, he's had some good results out there, but his dream in climbing is to become world champion and a World Cup winner. And yeah, like I said earlier, I do believe that we will see that.
But he placed third in the Youth World Cup?
World Championships.
World Championships.
Yeah.
Well, maybe worth pointing out that oftentimes the youth competitors, they have extremely high level, and also a lot of competitors will get one of their best results while being very young. So Kai Harada won the World Championship title being 20? He was very young anyhow.
Yeah, we've seen
the current world champion.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of athletes coming into the climbing scene at a much younger age and the level. But I think as well as the disciplines, with the Olympic disciplines separating out, we're going to see the skill-based athletes need to really step up as well. And I think the game is changing, I think, always. And I wonder if more experienced athletes might start to step up a little bit as we move through. But yeah, who knows? I think that there's definitely a lot of progress still to come within the sport.
Which is hard to imagine, if I'm honest, because looking at how it developed over the past decade, it's a different game to what it used to be. And now if you try to think of it, where are we going to be in 10 years' time? This is very exciting. I'm most privileged. I feel so happy that we get to function in this environment, that this is our community, and I think it's just such a beautiful experience, and I'm so grateful and so happy for this opportunity.
Yeah, it's definitely an exciting time for our sport, and an exciting time for this guy as well. He's going to take the top spot I believe. We'll get our results up to you soon. This is an exciting time. I really want to see him go for this top hole.
And
I know the
interestingly,
Rosetters
this
do
move
too.
has been done in the round.
It has been done
Yeah.
previously. Yeah, I think it was Maxim earlier.
Yeah, Max did it.
Yeah. And he did it pretty casually once he'd managed to get established on the start. So we know it's possible. And I think Slav knows it's possible too.
43 seconds on the clock. It's probably likely his last quality attempt.
He's looking
Not this
frustrated.
time,
He's going to
yeah.
squeeze one more
It's a head
attempt
game
out.
now.
It is a head game now. And I'm afraid to say that I think he's not in the right space to execute. But maybe he can override all of that and just really give it one good fight to get this.
Wow.
And that was close. That was so close. He knows it was. The shock on his face. Hands in the air. Mind still attached to that move. He'll be wanting to jump back on as soon as the round's over, I expect. But there won't be time because we've got the
There won't be
women's to go
time.
after this, and we get to see the results. And it was a close one between Antoine and Slav, but Slav took it with an 84.8, just behind him, Antoine with 84.5, and then in third place, Edvard with 59.4. It was a close call, and we have really interesting set of results there, don't we?
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall what the chief setter was aiming for, but I think he said 3 tops for the win, 2 tops for the second place, and 2 tops for the third place. So we are pretty close to what we were hoping for.
And everyone with points on the board, which is what I like to see for sure. Even if it felt like a tough round for some of them, I think getting points on the board is always good for sure. And we did see a lot of tops. It was a tough round, though. I would say it was kind of in keeping after the semi-finals. That felt hard, and this round felt hard too. Do you think that's the results that you were expecting? You said the chief setter. We haven't even talked about the chief setter. We haven't talked about the setting team. We will be talking about those you guys in a little bit.
I think a lot of chief setter of this competition, Piotrek Suder. Massive thanks to this man. He's been an amazing conductor of the team. He did a really good job with preparing, and we are very grateful for his input into this. The rest of the setting team, we will go back to it because there's been a few, and we wouldn't like to start now just going for all of them in case we would miss someone. But I think a lot of setters are fine with sort of remaining in the shade, in the shadow. And we work at night, we work behind the curtains. A lot of setters don't really like to be in the spotlight. But we've worked hard for this event.
Thank you so much for watching the men's final. Don't forget, we do have the women's final coming. We have some interviews for you too. We're going to take a little break now. That was an exciting round. Thank you, Kuba, for joining me.
Thanks so much,
It was such
Luna.
a pleasure. And we'll be back soon.
cameras.
I am having fun. I don't believe you.
You're a bully.
Come on,
Having
believe.
fun.
Yes, Daddy. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
Not all ghosts come from death. Some from unfinished things. You moved on, but part of you stayed. And that part became me. A quiet obsession.
Yeah, good.
A vow unbroken. A calling without mercy. Demanding all, but promising nothing. Oh, to see what one will give. To dance with a phantom.
No cameras.
I am having fun. I don't believe you.
You're a bully.
Come on,
Having
believe.
fun.
Yes, Daddy.
joined now by Slava. Can you tell me how you're feeling after what looked like a brutal round?
Yeah, I kind of exhausted, really exhausted. It was hard round. The previous round also was hard. Not enough time to rest, for at least for me. So I'm really tired. I think it looked like I am.
Yeah, you were lying on the mat at one point and it looked like someone might need to come help you up after boulder 3, I think that was, which was crazy powerful. Did you have a favorite boulder out there on the mats in finals?
Yeah, I would say it's the third one. I really liked it. I really liked that there were a lot of ways to do the first move, and it's powerful as well. There was slopper, screams, everything what I probably liked the most, so the third one definitely.
The third one looked to me like the most fun, but I have to say, watching you on the first one was really cool too. That must have felt pretty good to stick that top hold.
Yeah, of course it felt good, but I wouldn't say that was the favorite boulder. I really enjoyed that I could do this in the first try, but still the favorite one is not this one because it was pretty fast for me. Yeah.
And the setting here has really tested you in lots of different ways. What are you taking away from this competition?
Yeah, definitely setters did a good job. They really tested us, as you mentioned, in different ways in all kind of styles. So the only conclusion I can make is I have to train more in all of these styles to succeed in such competition. Yeah, you have to train powerful stuff, really tricky slabs, jumps, really weird jumps sometimes. So yeah, I definitely should train more and focus on such things. Yeah.
And this is the first event of the season, I expect, for you. You know, it's quite early in the year still. What's to come for the rest of the year for you? You're quite keen on outdoor projects too, am I right? And competitions as well. What's next for you?
I think, first of all, there will be rest, at least a week, maybe a couple of weeks, maybe even more. Something's happening? No time.
Yeah, can you tell us quickly in 2 projects you've got coming up?
Okay, the closest plans are to go to the rocks. So I don't have projects currently, but I'm about to find them somewhere in Switzerland, I think.
Exciting times. I think we've got a lot to come from you. Thank you so much, Slava. That was a great show.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
No cameras.
I am having fun. I don't believe you.
You want to believe?
Come on, believe.
Yes, Johnny. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
joined by Kuba now, and I know coming into this competition you were looking to come in fighting for the win, and it was pretty tough out there today. Can you tell me how you're feeling after what was a hard round?
Yeah, I feel happy, a little bit disappointed, but still happy. Yeah.
Really cool to hear that you're still feeling happy, and you're a local legend, and I think that there was some pressure on you coming into this event, right? Did you feel that, or were you just psyched to be out on the mats?
No, I don't feel that. I only just want to climb and give 100%.
And the show, it's a spectacle. This event is absolutely incredible. The athletes are so well looked after here, and the route setters have done such an amazing job. Do you have one favourite moment from this competition?
Let me think. I think the final is the best moment for me. Yeah.
Being out on that stage, and talk to me about the atmosphere in here. We've been commentating in the commentary booth, but it seemed like there was such a buzz out there.
Yeah, the crowd was huge, and I feel amazing. Yeah.
What are you taking away from this competition? Because you've got big goals in competing, right? You want to achieve big things. What are you taking away from this event?
I think experience, starting with athletes from the World Cups, the top athletes. Yeah, and that I'm taking.
Yeah. And you look like you got pretty beat up out there. You got some scrapes on the faces. Do you think, are you feeling physically tired from this comp?
A little bit tired, but I think I will go climb tomorrow.
You're going to go climb tomorrow? No 2 weeks rest for this guy. He's going climbing tomorrow. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, to be as young as you are, hey, but I think that you seem like you were really learning a lot when you were out on the mats today as well. Do you think experience is something that's really valuable for you?
Yes, it's valuable because when I start in European Cups, it's very important to have that experience.
And talk to me a little bit more about your goals in climbing. Where is it that you want to go? What do you want to achieve?
I want to win an Olympic medal, but in this year I want to make finals in European Cups, and that's it.
And what should we be excited for in the future? Olympic medal, World Cups, is that what you want to keep pushing towards? Or rock climbing too? Both, or are you just focused on the comp world?
I think rock climbing after the competition starts, after a career.
Nice, thank you so much for talking to us. If you had one tip for climbers watching, what tip would you give them?
Have fun of climbing.
Perfect, what a great way to end. Thank you so much, Kuba, and good luck with your journey to Olympic medals.
Thank you.
we're going to have a chat now with another member of the route setting team, Piotr. How are you feeling after the men's round? It was a spectacle out there.
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I mean, like all three first boulders were amazing, and the fourth one maybe we really wanted the one top just went up, but it was really close for Maxim at the beginning and for Slav in the end. So it was amazing. Still, it was really cool to watch. I liked the tempo of the final, the momentum, that they slowed down just before the last push. I really liked it. Yeah.
And we're in the middle now. We have a little break between the men's and the women's. Can you give us a little bit of insight into what to expect from the women's final?
Yeah, sure. Just a little bit. Yeah, I think we're gonna see some moves, maybe some familiar moves that we've seen already today, and also a bit different style of boulders. We divided the crew for two, so for sure you're gonna see a mix, I think. Something new and something you've seen already today.
I'm very excited to watch the women's final, that is for sure. And the route setting team have worked tirelessly. You were here till 5 a.m. this morning. You have a big team setting this comp. Can you tell the listeners, the watchers, what is this comp like when you're here? Can you describe the atmosphere, describe the event for us? Because I feel like it's quite hard to put into words because it is truly inspiring.
Oh yeah, so I've been working here the entire time, so for us actually it's like the biggest event of the year, and our crew is usually starting it around summer. So we're actually living this like whole month, and just 1 week when the combo is starting and the setting is starting, it's like, you know, each day is getting more and more serious until Sunday when everything is like closing up, and then we got the cool down, and it's amazing actually. Amazing time.
I think you're all going to enjoy a good rest after this, I hope. But I just want to say a huge congratulations to the setting team. I think it is a thankless task in some ways. I feel like we need to give our setters more credit because it is hard to get it right out there. And just give us a quick insight into what it feels like watching. You know, you put all this effort in, there's all this build-up, and it's that moment on screen in the arena when these athletes are out there expressing themselves. How does it feel to watch that?
Ooh la la, quite surreal. Quite surreal, yeah. I've talked to the guys via Instagram to let them know about the event and then just invite them. And for us, it was like, oh, maybe they come, maybe they don't come, no. And like, so it was a gamble, how many strong ones will come, and we've got tons of strong guys and women. It's amazing. So seeing them here, yeah, it was nice, really cool.
It is, yeah, it's really cool, and I've seen the crowd interacting with the athletes, and yeah, I do think it's such an amazing event. You guys have done such an impressive task, and I want to say, I think next year we should see you out on the mats competing, because I saw you testing the boulders last night. You were here till 5 a.m. and you just didn't stop climbing. You did more moves than anyone else I've ever seen in 24 hours. So yeah, if anyone else would like to vote, I think we should see this guy on the mats competing next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe we'll
No cameras.
I am having fun.
I don't believe you. Come on, believe.
Yes, Danny. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
We are here in isolation right now, getting ready for the finals. Can you give us a few words on semi-finals that happened yesterday and how you felt about that round?
I'm happy about how it went. The boulders were really nice. I messed up the slab on the last boulder, but yeah, overall like a nice round, and I can't wait what the setters get for us like for the finals.
It was so fun to watch you in semis, and it really looked like you found your stride in the round. And yeah, there's the slab. You've got time for redemption today. What would be your perfect boulder to see out in finals tonight?
Ooh, I think some powerful moves, like maybe some jumps, but yeah, mostly like for the upper body, like yeah, upper body power, I guess.
And where are we on the nerve scale? At events like this, do you get nervous? Are you feeling super chill? Tell us where you're at.
Yeah, I think like the nerves are always there, but yeah, it's a fun comp, and I just want to enjoy, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
And I feel like nerves are good, you know, it means that you really care, it means that you're going to give a good performance. Quick one, for the crowd, do you like cheering? Do you want them to be shouting and cheering you on, or do you prefer silence? I'm not sure they're going to listen if you say silence, but I want to know, what do you prefer from the crowd?
Yeah, the best feeling is when you, I don't know, top a boulder and yeah, the crowd explodes, so yeah. Be loud.
Yeah, that's what we want to see from the crowd here today. We want tops, we want cheers. It's going to be such a good show. It feels like this event really knows how to look after the athletes. And yeah, can you give us a quick feeling of the whole event? What's it like here at Mood Masters?
Yeah, it's really nice. Like the people are like warm, and I was there like 2 years ago, and like yeah, the event stayed in like a really nice memory for me. And yeah.
Quick question, where did you come when you came to the event 2 years ago?
Sorry?
What position did you finish at the event 2 years ago?
I won.
Won? Can we see a repeat? Wouldn't that be cool? Good luck for the finals. Thank you so much. And I look forward to cheering you on from the screen. Thank you.
Bye.
Lucille, we are in the isolation zone. You're about to compete in finals, but I want to quickly throw it back to the qualification round, where it was only you and Antoine that did one of the hardest qualification boulders. It was a slab right. Can you tell us a little bit about that boulder?
It was a French slab, so it was our style, and we try a long time this slab, so we have a long time for the qualification, so it was nice to send it.
And there were almost 300 competitors that tried that slab, and only 2 of you did it. Is slab climbing your favorite style?
I crimp one a screw. Yes, so maybe it's not the right beta, but
the right beta is the one that gets you to the top, and you know you're a master at slabs, that's for sure. But also in the semi-final round, you were the only person to send boulder 3, which was super powerful. Again, pretty crimpy. What would be your favorite boulder to see out on the mats? What style in finals?
I think if there is like boulder like the third boulder like yesterday, like the yellow one.
Complex.
Yes, like physical, but little coordination moves.
Some exciting moves too, maybe.
What?
Exciting moves.
Yes, yeah, like this.
Anything you don't want to see?
Plastic hold. But maybe we will have so.
And Lucille, you have a flight to catch in not that long, so we need you to climb quickly to make that flight, right?
Yes, at 7 p.m. So we have to climb quickly.
Climb fast, that's what Lucille is hoping for. Thank you so much for joining me. Good luck for finals, and I hope you have fun out there. Thank you.
No cameras.
I am having fun. I don't believe you. Come on, believe.
Yes, Daddy. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
Not all ghosts come from death. Some from unfinished things. You moved on, but part of you stayed. And that part became me. A quiet obsession. A vow unbroken. A calling without mercy. Demanding
No cameras.
I am having fun. I don't believe you. You want to believe? Come on, believe.
Yes, Danny. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
Not all ghosts come from death. Some from unfinished things. You moved on, but part of you stayed. And that part became me. A quiet obsession. A vow unbroken. A calling without mercy. Demanding
welcome back to Mood Masters, the 4th edition. And we are so excited to have had the men's final. We're now waiting for the women's final to start very soon. My name is Shauna Coxey. I am joined here by Kuba, and we've just had a little moment of pause between the rounds. The wall's been reset. What should we expect from the women's final?
Well, I'm really hoping to get a similar show.
Because look at this,
Plenty
the
of
men's
emotions.
final here. Get a similar show would be an achievement because we had some great tops in the men's final. Do you have a favourite moment from that round?
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I think the one that stands out most for me were different solutions for problem number 3.
That was really cool, and I think there were some epic battles. You know, we
Epic
saw
battle, yes. I like that a
exhausted climbers out on the mats. It was very cool, and this event is definitely one that there's a lot of talk about. You know, there were 1,108 competitors. It's a huge event, and it's only made possible by the sponsors, isn't it? The main sponsor, the city of Krakow, and talk us through who else has made this event possible.
Among the sponsors we have Black Diamond, T-Wall, chwyty wspinaczkowe, Browar Trzech Kumpli, Evolve, Red Bull, On Lemon, Oatly, Agrest, Heartbeat, Warapo, Szkoła Komedii, Miejsce Komedii, White Oak, Oatly, Robimy na żywo, and Red Bull. Thank you very much, all the sponsors, for making this possible and giving us the canvas for entertaining you with today's show. Thanks a ton. I would like to begin from taking a very quick moment just to introduce the setting team, which I said I would. So the chief route setter of today's event was Piotrek Suder, and the team consisted of 10 route setters, among which were Aleksander Romanowski, Cody Grodzki from the States, Kuba Jurek, me, Piotrek Schab, Piotr Czarnecki, Wojtek Wątroba, Jacek Kaczanowski, Łukasz Filipiak i Konrad Olbiński. Many heartfelt thank you to the setting team for making this whole thing possible. And right now we are joined by the 5th finalist of the women's final today. We have among them...
Yeah, we have athletes coming out onto the stage. This is the presentation before they will do an observation when they get 2 minutes to look at each boulder. We've got a strong lineup of competitors with a big age gap between them all. You know, we've got some very much fresh faces out on the stage here and some more experienced athletes too.
Definitely. So what would you say is the age difference between Chloe and Ida? Place number 1 and second place.
We have Chloe is 24. I think Katja is maybe the oldest. Ida's just 15 years old. We've got 2 15-year-olds. Katja is 30. So, you know, 15-year age gap out there between the athletes on the stage.
Isn't it just beautiful about climbing that you may remain active for such a long time and still be good at this?
Yeah, and I do really love that about the sport is that, you know, we've got athletes with different experience levels, different time length climbing out on the mats competing against each other, and it's kind of impossible to call who's going to win. And when you look at boulders like this, you'll start to understand why. This is the first boulder of the women's final, and we just went out to take a look at these boulders. It's my first look at them. You were on the setting team, like you said earlier. Big shout out to the whole team. They've worked so tirelessly. I'm going to say it again. You were here till 5 a.m. when head setter Piotr asked me if I wanted to join you guys testing last night. I politely declined because as much as I would have loved to, I decided not to because I value my sleep. And I don't think I'd be very good at this job without it, staying up till 5. But you could see there that first boulder, it is.
If it looks somewhat familiar, you're right. Yes.
Tell us why.
Well, it's a funky move. We wanted to see how the ladies are going to... Well, there is another reason. So me and Piotrek Schab, who is the co-owner of Mood, we visited Japan last year, and this was like a very trendy move at Bipampogi Kubo. And this variation was one that was intended as the ladies' World Cup, sort of World Cup level. And obviously we're not too hard on pushing this one specific sequence, but anyway, this is this is the canvas for the expression of the athletes, as I was saying earlier.
There's a nice shot there of Chloe trying to hype Lucille up. I don't know what she looked nervous about there, but I think Lucille on a slab is a spectacle to behold, so we'll be looking forward to seeing her, as we will all the other athletes. Can you talk us through the second boulder quickly?
Yeah, sure. So, well, in our discussions among setters, this one we considered to be the hardest to top because it has a fairly high physical threshold. It's difficult to read the positions once you're moving between the holds, and then it has high level of commitment and risk. As we will be watching the round, I will point you guys towards these specific details of the movement, so I will tell you exactly what I had in mind.
High level of commitment and risk. That is not something most people strive to achieve.
Yes, surprisingly. I mean, that is so fun if you overcome your fear, right?
It sure is.
If something frightens you, but then you challenge it, and then you can't.
It is one of the most satisfying feelings, though, isn't it? When you stick a move that has been a bit spooky or a bit tricky and a bit hard, like the whole package, and then you stick it.
That is so true. Yeah. And these are the moments that really stay with you the longest.
And can you tell me who we've got out on the mats here? We didn't go through when they were doing observation. We were chatting away about the route setters, and rightly so. But who have we got in this finals?
First one on the mat will be Alia Zalar. Second one, Ewa Stenikova. Third, Bianka Janecka from Poland. Barbara Wójcik from Poland as well. Then we will have Katia Debevec, Lucille Saurel, Ida Christoskova, and Chloe Koskoi.
It really is an international scene here as well. Chloe representing the US. We've got kind of homegrown talent, and I think it's been amazing for me to experience this event and the buzz in this place. You know, the fact that the comp allows amateurs and pros to compete alongside each other on the same mats. I said earlier it was 1,108 competitors. There were 279 pros. 279 in the pro category. That's so impressive.
That disproportion is still crazy, I think. But this event is only possible because it attracts so many people at all levels. Yeah?
And the reason I think that is because it is a great show, but because of the route setting. And now we're going to look at Boulder 3, which is probably the one I'm most excited to watch, but I'm so glad these slippy holes didn't exist when I was competing. That is for sure.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think there is a technique and a bit of trickery that developed around these holes.
The holds at the start that we're talking about, just to
the holds
clarify.
at the start are the matter of this discussion, yes. But the longer they have been about in the circuit, the more experienced competitors apply more advanced techniques. So spitting on your hands is one of these trickeries, or using
isn't allowed in World Cup competitions.
Sorry,
but,
of course.
There are other techniques that are used. You'll see athletes trying to breathe on their hands or make them more sweaty and not chalking up. And it's definitely developed over the years as these totally no texture holds have started to appear.
Spray on lotion? Lotion it's not a lotion, it's like a mist or something.
Yeah, so there's products that do exist. I think the rules are always changing, so I'm not sure what the updated rules are, but at the World Cup competitions there's a lot of rules around it, and a lot of them are applied here today, so I don't think we'll see anyone spitting on their hands.
Obviously not, sorry, that's silly of me to say it.
But it does help.
To sum
it does
up,
actually help.
The more moisture you have on your hands, the more firmly you grip these translucent holds.
Which is the exact opposite.
Which is the exact opposite to your standard climbing hold. And moving on to the problem number 4, somewhat similar in style to the problem number 1, the difference being the problem number 1 is a fast hand movement, and problem number 4, this one, is lower body coordination. Yeah, so as you can imagine, there are no handholds for the bigger part of this problem, so you have to move with your feet in a very complex manner.
Start feet, are they just there for show?
They do give you a bit of support in gaining the right momentum.
I mean, they going to get anything out of that?
You're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to.
It's there
It's
because
there
it
for
has
show.
to be there. Yeah, it's there for the score, but it's not intended to be.
And
as
you can
used
see
as a
that
hold.
top hold there is super shiny. Is there grip on top of that hold?
Am I allowed to tell you?
Well, we can see now.
I guess I am. Yeah.
They can't hear us, the competitors. Don't worry.
Well, good news spread around very quickly. I mean, if I tell you now that it has friction, they will probably get the info within no time.
But yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of friction on that top hold, just super shiny underneath.
There is actually, most elements on this problem have friction, apart from those that don't.
Apart from all the shiny bits.
Yeah. So high level of risk and commitment required on this problem. But the interesting thing to see during the setting process was that once the members of the team figured out a movement and learnt it, they were able to repeat it any number of times, which was cool because that gave them the opportunity to progress on the boulder and solve the new difficult part. So how many tops we're expecting, I have no way of saying. But I think this will...
Lots of smiles on the mats, though. One of my favourite things to do is watch the athletes' faces, whether it's in observation or when they're stood on the mat, when they come down from a boulder, because it gives so much away, the composure. And it's quite fun to see a lot of smiles between the women out on the mats there.
Yeah, generally speaking, the round is more oriented towards commitment and figuring out the timing of movement rather than just brutal strength. I think the men's round had a slightly more emphasis on the physical aspect. Women's round does have the physical aspect of climbing in it, especially on the problem number 2 and 3. But it doesn't play as important role as in the case of the men's round.
And
I'm very excited to see.
the names were just up on the screen there, and that's the order in which they qualified for this round in. They will climb in reverse order. So first on the first boulder will be Alia, and she is 25 years old and has 10 years of competing experience and has been climbing for 19 years. So it'll be interesting to see how she approaches this first boulder.
Shona actually did a research on the ladies. She contacted them beforehand.
On the guys.
And on the guys as well, yeah, on all the competitors.
That's why I know. So I like to
Yes.
ask them lots of questions so we have things to talk about, because, it's easy for us to sit here and talk about their climbing, but they're real people too, with hobbies and jobs.
And it's the most
and
interesting,
work,
it's the thing that I can see. Okay.
That looked like a really great approach, and maybe with a bit more power into that movement, she'll be able to get the right height, stick it, do you think?
Power is a tricky one with this.
Okay.
You want to remain in control for as long as you can, and you have to build the movement sort of straight upwards, then kind of, so with this one we didn't want to force go again movement. Like, this was the initial draft for this problem, was having a go again move and land on the right foot. But because of its complexity, we were aware that if we choose forcing that solution, we may see no top. And obviously there is this discussion of what's more valuable for the show, like a great move that's not executed in the round, or just a problem that gets climbed eventually, right?
Yeah, and I do say time and time again that I think route setting is an incredibly difficult job, and it's such fine margins, isn't it, to get it right, to put something on the wall that allows for a good show, a great expression from the athletes. And
sorry.
No, you go. I don't know how you do it. I love route setting. It's one of my very favourite things to do, but competition route setting, it's crazy hard.
Well, to give you an example, sometimes we're moving a hold about, and changing its position by 5 millimeters changes a move from impossible to too easy, and from too easy to impossible, and just finding something in between, it's just barely possible. and obviously multiplying that by the times factor, by the factor of time is, well.
And the women's semi-final also was really quite tricky. So they're going to be carrying some fatigue into this round, right? Do you factor that in when you're route setting, that the athletes are going to be quite tired?
Yes.
Did you tweak these boulders until 5 a.m. this morning? Did you tweak them to make them easier because of the hard semi-finals?
No, I think we were trying
Approach there for Malcolm.
at the very foundation of what type of a round we were trying to build. We had that in mind, and instead of like I said in the beginning, instead of creating a round that is extremely hard physically, we wanted to shift the focus more towards the risky element and boil it down to tries on solving the problem.
Just jumping back to what on screen. So Alia then, she tried the go again beta that she talked about. Do you think that still works?
Certainly, yes. Yeah, it does work.
Does this work? That was a different approach.
It would
Again,
work.
she's trying lots of different methods. Smart climbing from her to try those different methods. But look down at the bottom of your screen because there's only 30 seconds left. She's going to have to pick one method, stick with it, and see if she can make it work with the clock ticking down. The added pressure just really starts to spice things up. And there was a moment of pause there when she almost found a position of control.
There is a very simple thing that she isn't trying to do. The way she gets into the starting position, her left foot is placed on the left edge of the starting foothold. Had she crossed her feet, placing the right foot there, the center of her body weight would end up being closer to the position that she wants to leap from.
Looking to find, but we'll never get to know, unfortunately, because
the
that boulder
details
is
that are-
done, and we're on to our
yeah.
next climber. Eva enters the stage, and at just 15 years old, she said she's been climbing for 14 years already, so she was climbing from almost day one and competing for 9 years. She's representing Bulgaria, and she said her favorite thing about climbing is competing and bouldering. So yeah, she is going to be having a great time out on the mats, hopefully, and enjoying the experience of such a big event finals.
Yeah, sorry, I just see we have on the screen we have info that she's representing Ukraine.
Oh,
and
sorry.
in our files, she's representing Bulgaria. I'm afraid I'm going to have to redirect you guys to do your own research on this one. I'm really not sure which one's correct at this time, but I'm aware of the...
I asked her to fill the form in, so we'll see which one she wants to choose.
I think she was right about herself. I think that's the one to trust.
We'll check that, but let's focus on the climbing for now. She said that her goal in climbing is to be an Olympic champion. I like that she's gone so bold and said that out loud because, you know...
At this age, you want to dream high.
Hell yeah. She did say she's studying at school in Bulgaria and Ukraine.
Okay, so she is probably Ukrainian living in Bulgaria. Maybe that is the case. Okay, cool. So she's trying the cross-foot method.
And that foot keeps slipping, so talk to me a little bit about that foothold, because we can see it on screen there, and I do think it's hard to get perspective on how slopey that is.
Very slopey, yes.
Slopey, and is it grippy? Is there texture on it, or is it slippy?
There is enough texture, yes. It's a very nice competition foothold. It gives you so many opportunities for being mean or not so mean, and it's one of those angled footholds that just tilting them by very little changes the boulder very much.
So I want to point out a couple of things here. One, she has so many fingers taped, so that will mean that her skin has worn down to the point where she's bleeding and she's had to tape them up because you cannot climb. The second is that she's rapid firing, we would say, so she's having lots of tries in a short amount of time.
And taking the tape off.
You can see that that's probably a level of frustration there. She's opted to take the tape off, she's chalking up, she's going to try it without tape. At just 15 years old, it is so hard to comprehend like how it feels to be out there at that age, having such little experience of it because of age, but she'll be growing as an athlete so much by this, that's for sure.
Well, it's a risky movement, and I'm aware of the fact that so far it's hard to imagine that this gets done anytime soon. I'm still crossing my fingers, and I still believe that we have, within the pool of competitors, we have ladies strong enough to manage this movement.
And the clock is ticking down. We've got just 45 seconds left on the clock, and she's trying again and again and again, having lots of attempts, looking up to the clock. She's not even chalking up between now. So you can see that she really wants to learn this and figure it out, and that it's sometimes athletes opt for multiple attempts to do that. Sometimes you'll see them stand back. But yeah, it's a tough place to be when you're not feeling like you're even getting to grips with the boulder and the clock is ticking down. That's for sure.
But there is no fixed formula for setting a boulder that works perfectly right for the round. Like sometimes we want to take the risk and we overcook it a bit, and
she just tried to jump straight to the big one, and it almost worked. And I think if she'd have tried that earlier in the round, she's out of time, but she's going for it anyway. You have to give her a nod for her tenacity there. She was relentlessly trying that, and she did start to unlock it, and a method that potentially could have worked had she unlocked it sooner. Unfortunately, we won't get to see as we welcome Bianca onto the stage.
I would like to take this opportunity to maybe create a bit of a background context. We have had female competition rounds where we did not appreciate ladies' skill, and the rounds were set too easy. That's why we're watching.
It's a balance, right? Trying to find.
Yeah, it's a balance that we were trying to find.
And yeah,
okay,
that's
and I
definitely...
think Bianca had a first go where she kind of understood what is possible on this.
I asked Bianca what her dream in climbing was, and she said it was to win today at Mood Masters.
Has she got chances? Yes, she's got very good chances.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of the locals talking about just how strong she is. She's one of the strongest athletes on the scene right now in Poland, and you know, she is definitely up there in terms of years of competing experience, climbing for 14 years, competing for 12. She's 22 years old, and she is starting to look like she's gaining some purchase, some like moment of pause on that move, but it to me looks like she's not quite decided if she wants to go for the one hand or the bump again to the zone hold, and it can be quite tricky when you pull onto the wall uncertain of which method you want to approach.
Yes,
but she made it work there. She managed to stick that.
So this is the solution that we would like to see. It's sticking the first position, stopping halfway through.
And how do you get to the zone once you've stuck it?
You swing your hips. You just plant your feet smearing on the wall.
We're going to see here, yeah, she hits that first position and stops it. That left foot's pushing
and
so
then left
hard.
Foot, you swing
and then
out
the
again.
feet start to slip and slide. This wall does have quite a bit of grip.
Yep,
and
just
then,
like that. Just like this is the solution. So it could, perhaps is worth mentioning that she's wearing a brace on her left ankle, and she's just recovering from an injury which she got in Font climbing outdoors, taking a fall.
And she's having to swing and land on that left ankle.
And she has to land on the left foot, and obviously this would be one of the crucial factors for becoming a successful competitor, is that overcoming your injuries, right? But maybe it's just still in the back of her head that she has to land that hard on the left foot.
I'm not sure it's in the back of her head with the amount of strapping she's got on there. I think
Not
it
only
might be
in the back of her head,
might be at the forefront, you know. There is an element of self-preservation that's required in competing as well as overcoming adversity. But wow, she's really pushing through. And, you know, she's actually not looking down at her foot. She's really focused on what she's doing. And it's good to see that she's able to push herself. I hope she doesn't to push herself too far.
Yeah.
I think there's a... really cool that she's able to put that much weight through that foot on that move, and she's climbing so good on that first move now. She's looking for a different beater here. Don't think she's going to find it by putting that right foot up, though. It looks like there's not enough kind of force going through the left foot to be able to do it the way she just tried. So I do think we'll see her try the flick to the zone again on this attempt.
I just really hope she doesn't change her method.
So smooth on that first
Beautiful.
move. And the bitter part about this is until she sticks the zone, she still doesn't get any points on the board. So although she's sticking this first move and she's doing it so smoothly when she does, she still hasn't been awarded any points for it yet. And gosh, that is, it's a tough one to swallow because she clearly advanced further on the boulder, but with bouldering, you only get points when you secure a zone or a top. So we are yet to see any points go on the board.
The team asked the chief setter a special question yesterday. The question was like, how much do you care about the competitors who don't make it to the podium? And he straight away said, not at all. Which was very, very straightforward. But clear separation while having a good show is the important bit. And which one you pick?
I'm not sure how I feel about that as a competitor.
Which is beautiful.
Ex-competitor.
Which is beautiful because when we have different opinions in this, we would have a very interesting discussion on which approach may be more appropriate and which less. But regardless of what we think about this, the chief's approach was that the podium is the most important, and whoever don't make it to the podium, sorry, should have tried harder.
Should have tried harder. Oh, savage.
I know, this is
I'm
brutal.
glad they can't hear us saying all of this. Sorry, hear you saying all of this. I am not saying that, just to clarify. I care about all of the athletes, and I think that, these are the comps that make athletes successful as well. And we've got Barbara on screen here right now, and she's 20 years old, has been competing for 10 years, and she said her favorite thing about climbing is that there's so many possibilities, the feeling of flow and movement in climbing, and of course the loving, supporting community, which is pretty beautiful. And I think that if she can find the flow and the movement on here, this is exactly what she's talking about. But it is interesting to talk about with the setting and the focus being on the podium, because I do think it's often comps where athletes are close to the podium or are not as successful as they might have hoped. They're often the comps that shape athletes, the ones that you get to see on podiums. So arguably I'd say at times it's more interesting to look at what else is going on, but of course the podium is the picture, and that's the shot that goes on screen and on socials, so yeah, it's usually what we see. But yeah, I think that if it wasn't for all of the athletes, we wouldn't have a show.
Just like you say.
So yeah, I'll take him. I'll take the headsetter on. We'll get a podcast debate going.
That would be interesting.
This move really is proving a big test for all of the athletes so far, though. And what I think is happening, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that she's going too far left. So she's hitting that higher black hold with her arm bent, and she's not able to control it because there's no left foot plant, and her body weight is so far left, the hold just feels impossible to hold for her. If she were to jump more upright, hips to the right a little bit from where she has been, do you think that that's kind of the goal here? Unless she's going fast and then she wants her hips all the way over there.
Yeah.
And again, it looks like she doesn't...
So the issue is determining which solution
method?
I want to opt for. Yes, unfortunately, that's getting in her way now. It's possible to do it this way, of course, but extremely hard, I'm sure. And yes, you're correct. If your body is positioned so that you go straight to the further left-hand hold, it's difficult to build the tension between the left side pull and the right palm press, because your chest would have to be somewhat directly above the no-text palm press, and have a very little momentum to just about smear the wall perfectly.
With 18 seconds, which method should you choose? The go again seems like the obvious choice. gives her enough time to have one more go.
Yeah. Yeah, especially that the slow method is more time consuming. Well, this is the risk of introducing an unfamiliar move for the athletes, and we were aware of this fact. And until this round is finished, it's too early to say anything about whether that was a decent decision or just a miscalculation.
Yeah.
And we're moving up in the level of the athletes as well. So I still believe that we will witness.
We're only halfway.
Yes.
We've still got 4 athletes to go, don't
Yes.
worry. There's still
And
time.
Katja Debovec used to be known as Katja Kadic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she...
And as Katja Kadic, she actually was a very successful competition climber in the World Cup circuit.
Yeah, she still competes on the World Cup circuit, has been doing so since 2011. Katja and I have done many a World Cup together, and you can just see her experience and strength and prowess there, working through that, getting her foot up on the absolute no texture, going for this.
This is high risk.
Almost static, high risk, but working.
This
She's
is
the
high
first
risk.
athlete to secure the zone. I've not mentioned Alia on the left, but I will in a second. All eyes on Katja as she sets up for this next movement here. Is she going hand or foot here?
She is supposed to do a dynamic stand up on the left foot, left hand into the left hand wide hold press, just like that.
Left hand
Just
press,
like
right foot
that,
up. This
yes.
is her first attempt.
Yes.
Remember, she
Building
is
up
climbing
the tension,
so well
bringing
here.
the foot up, standing in splits.
Can she get her left foot up? She's struggling here now, though. She's going to work that hand up. We have got Alia up and reaching zone on boulder 2 as well. Great performance from both of these athletes. All action on the screen. Katja's going to go for the top. Her first hand goes up, second hand goes up.
Yes.
That is a flash from Katja. And look at her face. She's the previous winner of this event. She is psyched to be here. And that was such a good show.
I put a lot of strain on her.
Yeah,
Lower half.
I'm going to say I don't think she was expecting that.
Well, thank you, Katja, for solving our doubts. The problem number 1 is certainly possible and has been just flagged.
And Katja said her favourite thing about climbing is the feeling when you overcome yourself and find yourself on top of a boulder. I like pushing the limits and seeing to which extent it goes. Thank you for showing us exactly what that looks like.
Proven. Okay, so now full attention on to problem number 2. Alia dealt with the first physical part pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, this is an interesting one maybe to point out. So it's high risk because there are almost no feet on the left-hand side. There was a version of this boulder that had a left foot where her left foot is right now. But it actually introduced more confusion than it was helpful in figuring out the positioning. And in the end, we decided just to simplify the sequence to ask a clearer goal of the athletes.
And that yellow hold that she's jumping to, is it positive? How is it to hold?
Well, it's a funny one because it's a lovely hold. I think if you just set it the good side up, it's a type of hold you could set the first level in your commercial gym with. It's a jug because of how it's tilted, and also it's a fairly new shape, and I think most of the athletes don't really know it that well, and you really have to wrap your hands around it. But the reason why she's having such a hard time with staying on that hold isn't really that she's launching from the wrong position. She should take her right foot off the big.
Oh, that was so close.
Had she taken her right foot off the big blue hold first before launching, the swing would have been less.
Much easier to control.
Yes.
She was climbing so smoothly through that first section and then getting into this position. So you're saying if she reaches down, if she'd have removed her right foot, it would have been
Planted it on the volume,
shift her way over.
shift the hips to the
There was
left.
just no way to control that
Yes,
pendulum.
yes.
Her body weight was just throwing.
And even
to the side.
in that hip shift, there is some delicacy.
Okay.
Okay.
We get to see Lucille, who has been crowned the slab queen of this event after being one of only 2 athletes, and Antoine, who topped the hardest slab in the qualification round. Only 2 tops, she was one of them. So we wait with bated breath to see what she can do on this. I almost gave her the commentator's curse there, and we've got Eva out on the women's 2 as well. Now I want to talk a little bit about what Katja's flash will have done to the remaining competitors, because she'll have walked back into ISO not long after the time began. So it's quite obvious when someone flashes, from the crowd reaction, from the fact that they return to ISO. In World Cups, you do actually have separate ISOs between boulders, but at events like this, you don't. So it's quite easy to see or to feel how other competitors have done, and that kind of piles the pressure on. And I'm curious to know if that's what's happened with Lucille here, or if she's more of a fan of the delicate slabs as opposed to the dynamic ones, because we did see her kind of getting a bit of psyched up by Chloe when they were reading this boulders together. But on the left of your screen, Eva is now in the zone, and we'll see if she can be the first to stick
yes,
the
this
shallow.
is the tricky
right foot's come off,
footwork part.
and
Stick
really,
the move, fantastic.
really great movement in her body there. Straight arms, allowed the hip to swing, but controlled it with her shoulders. How's the last 2 moves of this?
Burly, but easier. It's easier to finish than to get there. So we're actually expecting her to finish the problem now.
She has.
But it's
done a
burly. You have to
foot
enjoy
squat.
the physical style of climbing, which perhaps isn't the favored style for women.
Yeah, that looked really strenuous to hold that position. She did quite a few foot swaps towards the end there, maybe taxing her arms a little bit potentially.
Yes, it's
I think-
easier to remain planted with the
Yeah, and
left
that
foot
foot you
on
can
the blue.
see, it's so tiny, and the top hold, it's not a jug, is it?
No, it's not a jug. It's a good hold, but it's a nice pinch for the left hand and a big sloper for the right. And yeah, you remain with your left foot on the blue foot hold, match the undercling parts of the penultimate hold, and reach the top with the left. There are 2 options for managing your right foot, and then you just slap with the right to the slopey parts of the top hold.
And she steps up for another attempt. Lucille taking a moment to chalk her hands.
Okay, in the last minute, did Eva have 1 attempt at this problem in the 3 minutes?
No, I think she's had a couple of attempts, I believe.
But she's awarded a 9.9 score for the zone, which means she got there.
Only slipped once before the zone.
Okay, second try.
Yeah, second try to the zone.
Oh, that's still very interesting to see that there was only 2 tries and the 3 minutes are already gone.
Well, she could have had more tries, but this doesn't change the score unless she gets to the top.
It's still a time-consuming problem.
It is, yeah, for sure.
And energy-consuming as well,
Yeah,
no
and
doubt.
quite a big surprise on Boulder 1 for Lucille.
Okay.
I spoke too soon,
Yes.
but the clock is ticking down. Look at the bottom of your screen. She has 10 seconds to go. She's going to press up into this. Can she get it? 5, 4,
Yes.
3.
Wow, okay, last second.
That was in the last seconds. We call that a buzzer beater,
Yes.
everybody. Wow. I was just saying how I was surprised she didn't top it. And I think she heard me because she just went and topped it. She skipped the entire first section
Just
out.
big move.
Threw herself across here. So accurate with that right foot placement. And it looked like she just changed gears all of a sudden. And
She felt the time pressure and knew
That's
she had
for
to
sure.
step up.
Yeah,
If
and-
you're wondering, if you're thinking, is the second part of the first boulder easier? It is. But we knew that the number of the tries they will be able to have on the second part of the problem will be very limited. So they either have to get it first go, maybe second. But if they waste more than 2 attempts on the second try, they won't get it.
And it still doesn't look that easy. And
it's
out on
still
the
not
mats
easy,
now,
no.
we welcome our second place qualifier, Ida, and we welcome back Bianca on Boulder 2. Ida, again, just 15 years old. She's been climbing for 11 years, 10 years competing, representing Bulgaria. And Bianca, 22. Bianca looking up at the boulder, and again, if you watch her face, you can see that she looks a little bit confused and is trying to figure it out. I'm going to get a little look at the position that she was in as she pounced. You can see her right leg is still on that big blue hold on the right, which, as Kuba was saying, jumping from that position is so much harder to control a swing. So it's going to be interesting to see if she's able to learn from her previous attempt and make an adjustment, or if she'll try the same thing again.
So now I'm thinking, did we overcook the intro on the first problem? Because with the men's round, even though the movement was a lot more complex, they could try different methods and they were successful at different methods. And with the ladies, I feel like maybe this one specific movement is a little bit too forced. So, I mean, stopping...
I mean, Lucille just proved you wrong on that matter.
Yeah,
so I think the different options are there.
Mm.
Bianca getting close to that yellow again. I think, potentially overcooked. It depends how you want to perceive it. I think with the round being tricky, we've still got one more climber to come out. We have seen multiple tops, I would say it was very much overcooked if we didn't see anyone stick it.
Yeah.
So, you were as a hard on yourselves, and Ida is not going to be the most experienced athlete out on the mats, but this is so valuable for her, and she's actually climbing with a lot of maturity here. She's composed, she's trying different methods, she's taking her time, she's getting some purchase. And she's making improvements. And she said that her favourite thing about climbing is improving herself. She wants to become world and Olympic champion, and her goal at this comp is to give her best, enjoy it, and fight. And she'd love to be on the podium.
And where do you get to experience new style of movement, if not at such a competition like this?
Yeah, and Bianca, again, she's, her right foot didn't leave that blue, so she's really jumping from a precarious position that doesn't allow her to slow that movement down.
She went again. She wanted to continue the movement and make it into a paddle.
Yeah, could that work?
Very unlikely, because the second yellow hold is an undercling,
right?
and the foot is super precise. So is it possible? Yes. Is it the easiest solution? Certainly not.
But unfortunately she doesn't know that, and she doesn't know if she moves her right foot it would get a lot easier, but she will pounce. Oh, she has done. She does know. She heard us, but she doesn't quite manage to stick it, and if she'd have managed to unlock that earlier, we might be seeing a different outcome. Ida really trying to figure this out and look for different solutions. Really great to see her trying different things, actually. I think that shows that she has
this one we did
so
think
much
of.
Potential.
Yeah, we did think of stepping up onto the slippery side of the hold, but you have no control. It's possible to sort of stand up, but not in a controlled way. Yeah, a lot of rotation force. Right, Chloe, last competitor on problem number 1. Obviously, with her experience, I'm hoping to see another top on this problem. But
yeah, you say experience. She is 24 and she's got experience competing on the World Cups, but she's only been competing, I say only, for 10 years. So compared to some of the other athletes, she's relatively new to the scene in some ways, but this is the sort of style that I think Chloe really loves. She said she wanted more. She referred to it as woo climbing, so a bit more spectacle. So I think she'll be enjoying this. However, I do think if she knew that the jump to the zone was possible, she would try that straight away. And I'm curious to know, as she's been looking around, if she's going to try that right now. It looks like she is setting up for it. She's not setting up for it, but I thought she was, and what she did just try looks possible for sure.
It's such a mean trap.
It is a mean trap. I feel like if you gave them another 4 minutes, it'd be a perfect boulder. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Barbara on boulder number 2. She gets the zone, her hand pings and rips off. You can just see there's so little purchase on that zone hold, isn't there? It's not in-cut at all, is it?
Oh, no, not at all. It's a horrible hold. But it does give you a little possibility to to shift your weight more to the left and decrease the distance, the yellow hold, definitely.
And does Barbara want to take her foot out like she's doing now? That seems like the best option.
Really hard to put the pressure on the big yellow on the left now, but until you go back with the right foot, there is no way. Yes, Chloe, thank you. This is what we wanted.
And you said that this part of the boulder on women's one isn't that tricky, but she only just held that. That was
my days.
Incredibly impressive. Her left shoulder's going to be screaming. Such good climbing from Chloe there. What tenacity to stick that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yes, that was some determination. She didn't use the larger white foot at all. She just went from the smaller one. Look, bam.
I feel like she might have been wishing she had used the other foothold.
Though
But
it was a little bit...
Not that it slowed her down
to
too
the
much.
left. And because of how slopey the zone hold was, it was really hard to apply the pressure on... There was almost no way of applying statically pressure on the left, bigger.
And I think it was sheer determination. It was simply because she didn't want to have another go at that first move that she managed to stick that. But we get all eyes on Barbara now as she sets up for another attempt on women's 2.
And I think we're starting to get some decent results after the boulder number 1. Been topped by 3 climbers, flashed once, and
a buzzer beater too.
But
yeah, it's been... as you expected, to step up a little bit, and this boulder 2 is definitely proving tricky, but we're seeing some really good moves. And you know, Barbara said that there's no particular dream she has in climbing, but she wants to keep climbing as long as possible and enjoying it and love it the same as she loves it now, which I thought was really sweet of her. And I really enjoy hearing of the different goals and dreams that these athletes have, because there's so much that climbing has to offer, so many different ways that these athletes enjoy it, and I think we get to see them giving their all as a show for us. But you know, they've got a lot going on as well. And Barbara is currently studying midwifery. Sometimes she sets boulders at a local gym too, so maybe she'll be inspired by these boulders to take them back home to our home gym.
I couldn't think of a better opportunity to mention this. Ladies, if you like what you're watching, get interested in setting, because the vacuum will just give you the opportunity. Get experience, get good at it, and you'll be welcome on the teams. We had no lady on the setting team this year.
That kind of contradicts your previous statement. I'm going to call you out on that one then.
Well,
there's not that ladies don't want to do it. Come on, we've got...
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. It's a really tough one.
Katja just missing the zone hold on her first attempt on women's 2 there. I thought we'd see her kind of carrying the energy from women's 1, the first boulder, through to this, but it looks like that she just didn't find the right position. And we also get our first look at boulder 3, and these... I'm going to go with the word interesting. No texture holds.
Interesting can mean so many things.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a taboo in our sport right now, aren't they?
Oh, sorry.
They're a little bit of a taboo in the sport right now, you know. These no-text holds. I did think we'd see them for a season and then they wouldn't come back again, but they are really sticking around.
Yeah, they certainly became a hot thing the season they came out, and they would be seen everywhere.
And just to reiterate,
such a
women's number 3, those see-through holds have 0 texture. They are all slip, no grip. As
you can
demonstrated. Katja stepping up on boulder number 2. Can she secure the zone this time? She's going to precariously reach out. She's managed to stick the foot that time. It was a lot better. She's setting up to reach. She's opting to hold the edge of the volume, but changes her mind.
It's chipped, so it's actually a pretty decent crimp for the left hand.
Not decent enough to warrant using it by
Not decent
Katja's...
enough to reposition the foot.
Oh, maybe. She's tempted. And this position she's in right now, will she be feeling relaxed? Is it quite a strenuous position? Can you tell us about that?
Well, keeping the right foot on, it's fairly stable, but moving that position, this is the risk element of the problem. And the thing is, it's a narrow compression on slopey holds. The foot is very good, but it's kind of off and it's a little hidden around the corner. And yeah, and the holds are slopey.
Oh, that was close from Alia on boulder 3 there. First time she's really looked like she's gaining some purchase and getting a bit stuck in there. And I think it might have unlocked something for her. With a minute on the clock, I'm hoping, we might see her stick it, because her hand was round that whole then, but she's moving so quickly. That's why it's hard to stick. And you just quickly tell me about the foothold, the start foothold on women's 3, because
it's just as horrible as the handhold.
Thank you. Because it's hard to see why she's not standing on it, but you
it
can't,
has no texture,
right?
And it's there only for the starting position.
And could they toe hook it to?
No,
they can't toe hook
we
it either.
specifically prevented it from any toe hooking possibilities.
It just exists to determine the start position, no other reason.
Just to put your body in the required position so you can start climbing.
And now this is 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds on the clock. Katja isn't taking that right foot off. Can she stick this yellow hole? She does. The clock is ticking down. She's looked over. She knows she doesn't have long. She's going to reach up to this top hole. One hand on it. Second one comes up, but not quite. Head in her hands.
Still tricky.
Oh,
that's a heartbreaking
She's
moment
just
for her.
opened the door for the other two competitors that did top boulder 1 just like she did, and things start to get a lot more interesting. You see her left hand goes up and she just loses the body position. Her hips come slightly too far away from the wall, which started to twist her and spiral her off the wall. And what I think that'll do for the other competitors that will follow her on that climb is really fire them up, because they now know that it wasn't a top, just by the reaction of the crowd, and probably Katja's face going back in. So yeah, we see Lucille on boulder number 2, and we have Eva on boulder number 3, chilling on the start of boulder number 3. Both athletes rapidly making gains. That's different. Did you see on boulder 2 there, Lucille had a toe hook in and was trying to do that move to the yellow static. It looked like it might work. Eva first to the zone on boulder number 3 and a little bit powered down there maybe.
I just spotted a little difference. So obviously the problems in between, when they are set as drafts and then are approved as the final iteration of the boulder, go through numerous different versions of difficulties. And from what I see, the chief setter decided to have the more difficult version for the boulder number 3 for the round. So
tell us a little bit about that. Does that mean that the holds are worse, or?
It's more about the positioning of the hold. Yeah, so it's harder to build tension.
Lucille just looking to be creative with a toe hook there, changed her mind, but it set her up in a perfect position to jump. She sticks the first yellow into the second yellow
Is she going to match the underclick?
One more move.
So this is what
into
we
the
had in
undercut,
mind.
left hand up.
In control.
Right foot is looking for something. Toe hook, heel hook, anything to allow that match. It is not over until both hands are on the top. Get to heel it.
Beautiful top.
Yours
Beautiful
the top.
work.
That was really nice climbing from Lucille there. Fun fact, Lucille does have a flight to catch at 7:20, and it is currently 4:20. So I did tell her she needs to climb quickly.
Yes.
So it sounds like she's listening.
Speed up the whole round. That is beautiful.
And to be able to be in that position, you know, we saw how hard it was for other athletes to hold it, and she's able to be in that position, trust her foot, find something with the right foot to secure a stable position to allow that right hand to come up and match. That was really, really cool to see from Lucille
1 minute 20 left for Yeva. feeling very comfortable on the no-tex hold.
Yeah, she's looking really smooth on those no-tex holds, and I think that is, this generation, they're growing up climbing on them.
Yes,
It's not new for them. They're part of the world of climbing, and she sticks the zone hold. She's looking like she's having to fight just to be on the wall when she hits that. I mean, it's important points on the board for her for sure, sticking that zone, but she really wants to be getting tops up there, and you can see that she's ready to fight.
If you're wondering why use holds with no texture, is about building motion and building movement.
I think it's just because you guys are mean.
Well, we're not mean by nature. We're actually driven by good intentions. It's not like we're just like bastards, in the depths of our hearts and just want to be mean to everyone. But I think we have specific ideas.
Only if you get on the podium, and then you don't. No, I think that it's definitely in climbing. There's always going to be advances and changes, and I think it's an important development. And you can see here, Eva, she's very comfortable on those holds.
Very comfortable.
And it's kind of a true showcase of the next generation coming through in some ways, and it'd be cool to see how the next athletes fare on them as well. And I think it's tricky.
But actually, this can also boil down to the nature of the skin. Some people have slightly more sweaty skin by nature. Some people just have dry skin. I know Janja has famously dry hands. Like, she would lose her chalk bag during a lead climb and finish the route because she just doesn't have to chalk up on the way up.
I don't know. I've spent a lot of time with Janja. She's got she's
normal.
She's got pretty normal skin. She's just good enough to not need a chalk bag.
Yeah, still, it's a thing that can become a legend.
Yeah. I think Ondra has famously dry hands. But yeah, no, Janja's Janja's Janja.
Janja's Janja.
We don't need to say, and same with Ondra. But I think definitely different skin types exist within the sport, and you'll see people using different tactics. Whether they're taking a chalk bag, like we're seeing here with Ida, that's really smart from her to think to put her chalk bag on. I don't think enough athletes do that, to be honest. I think there's definitely opportunities to chalk at times. But it's really starting to change the game with these slippery holds. And, you saw Bianca there, I don't think she chalked up before she went, and then she's got her chalk bag on to chalk up if she feels like she needs to after getting off those slippy ones. So smart climbing from her. Is there a potential for a bit of a knee bar or a knee scum on Boulder 3 once you've hit the zone? Against the big red?
Well, if I'm honest, I think the right green foothold isn't good enough for building the tension.
Oh, Ida, her left hand just slipped on that zone hold before she was able to jump out of that.
Yeah, so it would be really hard to have enough stability off the right foot. You're much better off just pushing off it. Left hand can use the red ball as an intermediate hold to reposition the hips and bump up to the penultimate green hold in the upper part of the red stack. Bianca looking more comfortable in this part.
Bianca said
it's a tiny foothold. From this angle, you can tell.
Yeah, it looks like it's so hard to put enough force through it to use it as much as you want to when you get there.
It's shaped like a miniature volcano, surrounded by no text. So the area that you can efficiently use for building direction of movement is very limited.
Ida sticking the first of the big yellow holds. That was really smart climbing from her to make the adjustments that she needed to be able to stick that dynamic movement. And you can just see she's got multiple fingers taped. She's really given this competition absolutely everything. She's had her best comp moments ever are 6th place in both Boulder and Lead European Cups. She's got some experience of competing, but she really wants to be on the podium at this event, she said, so she's going to have to fight for a top in this, and she's looking for a knee bar. That is not what I expected.
That's brave, yeah.
Brave and creative.
And creative.
And I think this will be Bianca's last attempt as that clock starts to tick down. She's looking pretty fatigued. It looks like she's going to go for a left knee bar here to try something different. All the knee bars happening. I think they might have heard me talking about knee bars. I don't know what's happened out there, but she just looks totally powered down now. That's really tested her. And Ida giving this one more go as that clock starts to tick down. She does have enough time if she can keep moving. Sometimes the clock ticking down is exactly what you need, but not there. I think she just felt like she wasn't able to make that big, powerful move out to the left. Unfortunate to not get to see her on that top. She is one of the shorter competitors. I mean, at only 15 years old, it's definitely going to be a lot of gains that she's going to make over these next years. And we get our first look at the scores as they stand right now. Of course, we've not seen all of the athletes on all of the boulders yet, so they will be subject to change significantly as we move through the round. But yeah, Lucille sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard there.
And we've got Chloe attempting the second problem as the last competitor.
We do.
Chloe being the strongest after the semis.
Yeah, Chloe qualified in first place, and we've...
Oh, Basha nearly sticking that move. It's interesting because in our assessment of the female round, we expected the intro of the second problem to cause ladies more trouble. So the push and press position and getting into these contortions. We thought it would be more difficult, whereas we expected the top to be fairly easy, and it's proving the other way for most of them because they're making their way quite quickly to initiate the jump to the first yellow hold.
Why do you think it's so different from what you expected?
It could be a combination of different body size. So like I said earlier, the setting team was only male, and we are taller than the ladies. Multiplied by the factor of the physical threshold. For us, for the men, physical climbing usually feels somewhat easier, or our perception of the level is somewhat blurred
Chloe,
in comparison to the women.
Sorry to interrupt you. A surprising foot pop there for Chloe. I thought once she'd kind of established in that position, we'd see her fighting through the top, but she doesn't look that comfortable through the start, does she?
Her left foot is hardly on the foot. Instead of the tip of the toe, you'd be better off just wrapping your big toe around it slightly more, maybe go an inch deeper.
Yeah, getting some good purchase.
So that when you shift the hip over that foot, you can build like a semicircle around the foothold. And if it's only the tip of the toe, once your knee starts to come over the toe, this is where things get a lot more tricky.
Pops can happen,
but it's a good foothold in case you're wondering.
Barbara is really struggling to get established on boulder 3 as well, and you know these slippery holds. You can see she's actually pouring water on her hands right now, just to try and get her hands as wet as possible in the bottom left corner of the right screen. So we see Chloe much better position. She's got way more of a foot on now. Can we see a slippery yellow? She does that from the far right foot as well. Really impressive strength from Chloe here. Can she keep it together and keep calm as she moves through this? She's gone hand over, not hand under, which we haven't seen work super well. That is a wild position that Chloe is throwing out on the screen, but she's making it work. Very impressive.
Wow,
second hand goes in.
So creative.
Wow. That is one of the most impressive drop knees I've seen.
Hard drop knee, yeah.
In climbing, I think.
Did she make it harder than it was?
Does it matter?
No.
Because she got the top. I think had she thrown up to the left, she didn't feel secure enough. You know, she went to go. She knew she needed something else because she hasn't got her hand on the undercut.
But I tell you what, where we were mistaken, we all thought that thinking of matching the penultimate hold as an undercling would be much easier for the competitors to read than it's proving in this round.
Yeah, I think that's definitely maybe why you need more women on your team. Yeah, I think I generally would opt for putting my hand round than going into a full kind of undercut bicep pull on a big slopey hold, but I don't know, it's hard to say. And I think, you know, that drop knee, I don't expect any of you guys would have ever fathomed could be a position
I
potentially?
had my knee dropped with my hand in the undercling.
In the undercling, okay. Not a hand around the other side, but
And then with the knee dropped, you're in a very stable position to match the top.
yeah, like the boulders are definitely allowing for an expression of creativity and style, which is very, very fun to watch. And
Okay.
already our
Alia,
first look at
number
boulder 4.
3. Well, number 4, of course.
And Katya moving smoothly. We said it was new school holds, but she knows what she's doing. She's experienced enough to be prepared for the different holds and the different styles, and
go
she is
again.
ready to
Yes.
fight on this boulder. This is her flash attempt.
Super
Both
high
climbers
feet.
looking smooth. Oh, I spoke
Super
too
high
soon
feet.
for Alia, but Katya sets up for the top hold.
Oh, that is still droppable.
Fingertips. And the top hold, it looks incredibly good, incredibly positive. Am I right in
It's
thinking
good,
that? Is it just that
but
the
it's
position and the movement to get there is hard?
I think when we call it incredibly good, we would give people the false image.
Okay,
It's decent.
it's decent.
It's a flat shelf, but it's not really that much of an in-cut.
Okay, it's not a jug. It just looked like it from here, doesn't it? It's
No,
perceptive.
and the wall is still slightly overhang in the top part.
And hands on hips from Alien. Giving the footholds a brush. Both climbers taking a moment to rest and having a pause to really assess what they're going to do on their next attempts. And that's one thing that the athletes really need to do. They need to take a breath, have a moment, and think about the best solution. So every attempt they take, they'll be learning and gaining information that they can then use for the next attempt, just as Alia's doing here. You know, she slipped previously and she did that so smoothly. Fast foot swap, incredible accuracy, securing that zone as she moves her foot through. Tricky foot swap here, but this boulder is far from over. She's going to need to stand up on that absolute no-tech slippy. She sticks the crimp with one hand, but doesn't quite manage to save the pendulum of movement as she sticks it, but she looks up to the clock and we'll see her try that again for sure. Meanwhile, Katya, she's getting stuck in again on boulder number 3. Quick shakeout, that is a big jug she's on there, but the next holds are absolutely savage and she's just looking a little bit powered down, looking at her skin. Alia back up on boulder number 4. So impressive through that start section. Almost looks like she's tried this before, but she has not. These boulders are totally new to the athletes. Can she stick the crimp? She does. This is impressive climbing from Alia. Sets up for the top hold. There is texture on it. One hand, 2 hands, and a pull up to finish. Wow, what a way to end the round for her. Really cool to see her stick that move, and really smart for her to bring that second hand in. And when she reached up to that top hold, I wasn't convinced that she was in, but she was, and she just looks so strong on that. Katya on what I expect will be her last attempt on boulder number 3. She's looking absolutely exhausted. Oh, that's hard for her. She's had 2 top holds in her hands and not quite managed to stick them. Oh, how the results could look different if she had, but she needs to recompose because she's still got 1 more boulder to go.
Chloe still in the lead. 2 top problems in 5 attempts.
It makes it a little bit trickier to work out the
Yes,
attempts with
yes.
the new scoring
I mean,
system. But
Scoring is clear and transparent, but telling is hard.
clear and transparent until you try to understand it. That is the IFSC, the official scoring for the international events that we're using here. That's why we have zone holds and we have top holds. It's minus 0.1 per attempt, which is why we see the scoring as it is.
Thank you for clarifying this for us.
Lucille looks like she is on a different boulder to the previous competitors. She's in the perch position. She's going to throw up to the top. Can she stick it? One hand looking calm and collected. Second hand comes in. She almost looked a little bit surprised by that, didn't she?
That was like a cruise. Yeah, not too much effort.
Not at all.
Flash attempt?
I believe so.
Yeah, with 3 minutes on the clock still, I think that was the first go.
Yeah, and I'm just watching Eva here. She had a interesting method on this first section, but it does mean that her weight is over to the left quite far, and it's hard to shift that over. Did you guys try to do it this way with the palm down on the start volume?
No, we actually didn't.
Quick look at Lucille as she
effortless.
Looks like she's just has a little moment trying to find the right position, but again, she just has the time and the strength to be able to move around and find the positions that she needs to.
Well, there you go. Didn't try it, but obviously it's a trap.
Yeah, she tried a new method, which is the intended method, and it was much easier for her to gain progress on this climb, but we know that it is far from over, and she's looking up there to try and use the wall panel as assistance. That is totally allowed. They cannot use the holes that are in the wall. They're called T-nut holes. They're not allowed to use those, but the wall panels, the edges, they are fair game, and they are barely existent, so I'm not quite sure what she's using for her right thumb there, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean...
Is it? I don't even know if it is something. I think it's very little.
Oh, you as an experienced outdoor climber at an extremely high level, you would consider this a jug?
It worked. I mean, I think Eva considers it a jug as well, because she just made that work and it secured her the zone. But we know it's not over yet, and she's interestingly not opted for a foot swap, jumped off the left foot, looked really smooth there. Can we see a top on this boulder to finish her round? We all want to see it. One hand, two hands, and a big smile from her. Great to see.
Yes, and so in modern day bouldering, if your intention is to set a footwork slab, you can't really place any features at the height of the climbers, well, waist up really, because everything, and that's even legal, everything that's on the wall will be used as a handhold. Like myself, I actually love using my nails on the slab and the edges of the volumes and the edges of the holds, and this is legal, fortunately or unfortunately, but if you dig your nail in, it just makes a hard slab so much easier.
And Bianca opting for the same beater there to palm on the left and making it work really smoothly for her there.
Try.
And we've got Ida on boulder number 3 as well. Ida moving smoothly through the start, and Bianca as well. Really swift through the section, just taking a moment to readjust her shoe there.
Oh, this is a stable position. If your foot is on the blue boomerang and black foothold, it's a pretty nice position to be in. Pushing off the no text part of the hold is kind of tricky.
Looks like it could be a flash for Bianca. That was beautiful climbing through that first section. One hand, second hand, and
first top for Bianca in this competition.
It is the first top. She finishes the round with 1 top and 2 zones, but the way she moved through that first section, using the palm and shifting that body weight, she definitely knows exactly what she's doing on a slab like that. She said her favorite thing about climbing is catching tops of boulders, so I'm glad we got to see her achieve that in this round. And solid in that right hand there, amazing contact strength.
Shona, what's your favorite part of climbing?
My favorite part about climbing is the fact that my favorite thing keeps changing. I think I've been climbing for, probably
long enough to appreciate it.
Not too shy of 30 years now, and I have been competing a long time, and I still love it as much as I always have, and that's my favorite thing about it. And that's something I've worked really hard for, to keep my love, like any relationship. have been climbing almost twice as long as Ida's been alive. Ida
25 years in my case.
pretty powered down as she's reaching up to that zone there, and they're going to be carrying some fatigue. So let's just remember that they have done a qualification round of 25 boulders, is it, for the qualification round, I believe?
20 for the pro
20,
athletes.
20 boulders, the hardest boulders that were set for the competition.
And they were hard
The
as nails.
qualification of the competition. And then they've done a semi-final round, which was quite late last night.
Which
And
was
then-
very hard as well.
Which was also very hard. There's a theme here. It's a pretty hard comp.
Yeah.
But we did say that's what the
Alright,
athletes like, and I do think the hard boulders allow for the athletes to really fight and push hard. So yeah, it's cool to see
And
them getting tested.
the final round is not particularly hard, I would say. It's demanding, it's challenging, but it's not overcooked overall, I think.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of tops. So, or we've seen all boulders tops, and we've
Everything
seen
is
some painfully close attempts.
Yeah, apart from one problem in the men's round, which was certainly possible, dropped on the last easy move. But yeah, so far we're seeing tops.
Oh, Ida, she looks tired, and I think she knows that she's capable of doing this. Has a quick look at the clock, is tempted to have one more go, but picks up her chalk bag and walks off. And
Yeah, one more left as well.
She does look a little disappointed with herself, and I hope she's able to reflect on this and realise that she's really up there with some of the best climbers that are on the circuit at the minute. And you know, it's such a cool experience for her, right?
Certainly.
Meanwhile, Lucille has really piled the pressure on Chloe. If she wants to stay in with the chance of taking home the top spot, Chloe needs to top this.
Yeah, this is going to be a close call for the ladies.
Barbara not quite
smooth.
managing to get her weight shifted over to the right enough to stick that, but she did look really smooth, and I think we'll see her do that for sure. And Chloe looking chill as
So much control from
anything.
Chloe, yeah.
Super chilled through that first section. And smart, again, taking her chalk bag, so I expect she'll have no chalk for that first part, and then chalking up before she heads into
Definitely
that
a
crimp,
chalking
which
opportunity on the-
interestingly,
on the jug.
Katja didn't do. She didn't take a chalk bag, so I think she has made a smart choice there, but she's not looking like she's having the best time on that crimp.
Not the most comfortable.
Looking for a knee bar, trying to find something to give her some sort of assist, but there isn't anything.
Oh, that heel hook is so horrible. I tried it yesterday and it feels
Tell
like...
us why it's horrible.
Well, because you fear the rubber of your heel just sliding between two slippery walls of the holes. Yeah, it's... Like, it feels like if you had any texture on it, you would be too comfortable.
I think Chloe's realised she needs to try really hard to pull through on that zone hold, but she just doesn't look super comfortable on the
Flash
crimp.
that sticking the... well, yeah, almost.
Yeah, Barbara looks so close on this first move. She's just...
Well, she just stuck it and then she didn't.
Yeah. That right foot super high, isn't
What's
it?
interesting
I think it
to
needs
watch
to be
is
lower.
that all of us on the setting team were going off the left hand swinging on the fourth problem, and I see most of the girls going off the right arm, which is interesting because that increases the distance that your body has to cover.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because it allows your hips to rotate maybe more, so you can be closer into the wall. Maybe allowing a more sense of control, but...
Shape of the hold could encourage that a bit as well. It's a jug, but you know, every hold has a sweet spot,
Oh,
so even though it's
she's
a jug, it
so
has a sweet spot.
The reason she's not able to stop the movement is simply because the final position she's stopping in isn't one in which she feels controlled in. So she needs her hips and her shoulders close into the wall like she is, but also for her hips and her shoulders to be straight over the top of her feet. So just now her weight was slightly shifted to the left, which is why she's then sliding to the left. So in order to stick this move, she wants to be stacked. So feet, hips, shoulders, all on top of each other.
Which generally seems to be the case with the new school coordination movement.
Just like that.
If there is no tilt in the hip and the spine is straight, and your spine is ready for accommodating to the new position after the move, usually seems to be the case. Chloe is fatigued.
Yeah, to see her not stick that jug was really interesting. I think that there's a level of fatigue for sure that she's reached right now. You know, this has been a pretty tough few days. Although she did say she was tempted to have a kilter board session after this round, so maybe she's not tired and we're misreading it. Although she might have changed her mind. 10 seconds. Chloe walks away. Barbara takes one last attempt. Isn't able to make the progress that she would have hoped on that, but great to see her in this round for sure. And we get a look at the leaderboard with just a few athletes left to go on the final boulder, and Lucille is looking in a really good spot to take the victory. If she tops the final boulder, she will win. If she doesn't, she opens it back up for Chloe. But right now we have Katja on boulder number 4, previous Mood Master winner. What can she do with boulder number 4?
I think the consensus on the team was like it's fairly easy to top, very hard to flash.
Katja gave me some really nice answers when I was asking her some questions before the round, and she said that one of her best compliments ever. She said it was really hard to choose, but she did all the boulders in Studio Block Master Finals, and she said that the goal at this comp was to win, but to put on a great show and push herself to the limit. We've definitely seen her really, really pushing herself, and she said, I asked her for some facts about her, and she said, not climbing related, but she doesn't eat tomatoes and she loves to sing. So there you go. That is some fun facts about her. And she actually started climbing because she had asthma and went away to a resort where they had a climbing wall, and it was love at first sight, she says.
Wow. Oh, it's a different solution as well.
It is a different solution, really smooth and very delicate. Lots of trust in her feet, and that was cool to see.
So, and did she visit that resort as a child?
Yeah. So
this is how she got into climbing in the first place.
Yeah, because of having asthma. Yeah. So it's kind of an interesting start. And she said she loved it straight away. And she's got some big goals. Wants to win a medal at a World Cup, climb HC, and her dream would be to continue climbing her whole life. She said she wants to still be climbing for fun and doing climbing trips and pushing the limits on rocks, even when she retires from competition climbing, which I can say is definitely possible because as a retired competitor myself, I still love doing all of that. But she's been on this boulder a long, long time. Can she trust that foot enough? She's trying to reach down. She doesn't want to do the foot swap. Wow, that was a different method and not quite.
Yeah, she's wearing a look of perplexity and confusion on her face, but also she looks entertained by this challenge.
Yeah, there was a smile,
which I'm quite enjoying.
It was a positive look, not a negative one.
Yeah, you can tell so much from one's expression when they fail on the problem. When the look on their face is frustration and anger, it means maybe they didn't enjoy the challenge and they won't be very motivated to try it again. But if it's this perplexity and like joy, then you know the likelihood of them attempting again is great. So it means as a setter you've actually achieved some sort of success. And this is usually what I aim at. If I see that people get frustrated with my climbs, like, oh, this probably just isn't as great. But if there is a light of hope in the failed attempt, it's like, okay, good. You know, they're liking this. This is good.
Yeah, you want to see that curiosity sparked. Yeah. And I think, you know, you can see in her face she's smiling as she's saying up for it as well.
What am I doing here? Yes. Oh, no.
A bit of a shake of the head there. I think the way she's attempting this is so tricky, and she's had a really arduous round, hasn't she? She's been had 2 top holds in her hand and not managed to stick them, showing that she is physically and mentally capable of doing them, but unfortunately not in the time that she's been given.
Yeah, what a
today.
peculiar round for her. She was the only competitor to flash coordination slab number 1. And now this seems to be causing her some serious trouble.
Oh, what a save. Oh, a save, almost a save, and you can see the disappointment, but
Thank
she
you, Katka.
definitely did put on a fun show for us. And we look forward to seeing her at some of the World Cups coming up this year.
Okay, so final 3 to go. Lucille. Well, she tops, she wins, right?
Tops, she wins.
Regardless of the number of tries. But the problem can surprise.
And interestingly, in World Cups, athletes will actually know that. So I'm not sure here if they're able to show results in isolation. I expect not. But yeah, something that not many people know is in isolation at World Cups, you get to see the results of the previous boulders. So regardless, I think Lucille will know that she needs to top this. And I think you can see that in her body language a little bit here. She looks a little bit nervous and hesitant as she went into that first move. And I'm very confident that Lucille is more than capable.
More than capable of climbing, but will she manage
boulder.
the pressure? Yeah.
And interestingly, I talked to her about the fact that it was only her and Antoine that did the hardest slab in the qualification round. She said, well, it wasn't that bad because we had so long to practice it and attempts didn't count. So we had a long qualification period. We were able to try it for a long time, and she was happy that she was able to piece it together. But this is a different story entirely, isn't it? It's a very different approach, climbing under pressure whilst that clock is ticking down. Very smooth and good learning from her, but just not quite hips in enough.
This is just crazy. You watch one climber making it look like nothing, and then someone you would bet most of your money on to climb it quickly is having a really hard time finding the positions.
Yeah, and I think that's
this
definitely
is something
a case.
I wasn't really expecting.
This is a case of ability, somewhat, but also pressure. And like Bianca came out to this, and she absolutely cruised it.
Yeah.
She had no pressure carried from the previous rounds. Whereas for Lucille, we know that if she tops this, she wins, and I expect she's pretty confident in that as well. She's got her whole foot on that blue hold, fast foot swap.
Increasing.
I'm surprised that worked, but it did. So. It doesn't matter. Can she stick the crimp? It looks like she was a little bit too low there for me. Does she want to bring a second hand in to help out a little bit? Get a bit of bend in her arm? I hope we get to see her on that again for sure, but it didn't look like she felt super comfortable through the start section.
No. Yeah, I think in order to really control the black crimp, you want to jump with
such accuracy on that black hold. And then that poised position, waiting to jump up.
It's a foot swap, and the right foot goes onto the slippery side of the
big
bathtub, as we call the big blue hold.
Yeah, we've seen a few different methods on that jump though. We've seen people stick it without the foot. We've seen people stick it with the foot.
But the thing is, if you swap the feet and you push off the right foot is the last limb to leave the position, which makes it harder to counter position in midair in order to really control the swing.
She looked at the foot. We know she
Yes, 2 hands.
So much better. Lucille will be
35
your
seconds left.
Master champion, and she should be making her flight on time also. But that was great climbing from her. Such quick learning to make those major adjustments. She looked like she couldn't figure out the first move in the first kind of minute of this rotation, and then we see her topping it with relative ease as we moved through that. That was really cool climbing for her. Lucille said her dream in climbing is to win a World Cup and climb 8C bouldering one day, and I believe both of those are very much possible for her. Ida, our second to last climber of the night on the final boulder of the women's final here at Mood Master 2026. Ida there, she looked like she was really committed into the movement, but then almost hesitant after she let go as she was in the swim.
Oh, when you change your mind mid-air, it's the worst. Like, you have all the confidence in the world, and then suddenly it's gone.
Going as forceful as she did in the first attempt. I hope we see her make the adjustments she needs to really get stuck in, and I think a top would be really cool to see for her at this point in the round. But you know, it's tough out there when your round hasn't gone the way you want it to keep present and to keep focused on the task at hand. And cool to see her climb very smart as she managed to figure that out. But her right foot is super high, which is going to make this foot swap much more difficult. She's looking for the little edge in the wall. I thought she was. Her eyes were up there, but she seems to have changed her mind potentially.
Or it could just be the expression of ultimate focus. Like sometimes you just get this like
fixation,
absent sight when you're on the slab. You just shift so much attention to your feet and your hips, and you could almost like close your eyes and it wouldn't really matter.
Ida said she's a student and often trains quite late at night because she trains after school a lot, and her favorite thing about climbing is improving herself, and she wants to become world and Olympic champion, which is really, really exciting to hear such big goals from these young climbers. And why not?
Yeah, great goals are the fundament of the drive, right? What else can drive you to progress if you don't have great goals?
She makes it look so smooth and so easy when she does it, doesn't she?
Yeah, it's kind of a nice movement. When you land perfectly with your feet, it almost feels easy.
When she was reaching down there, that's what I was curious to know when I was reading the boulder myself, if it would work. And it didn't work for her, but she was able to make that foot swap then, be accurate with the right foot. Hitting that tiny black foothold is so tricky. She has moved past the zone. She's going to jump for the crimp now. Didn't quite get high enough. Didn't get enough power through the legs to get enough purchase on that black crimp that she's jumping for. She's got less than a minute to go. That is enough time for ascend if she can move through this first section again. And look how easy that is when she goes with confidence.
And this is what I meant. Once you learn the movement, you can kind of just execute it every time.
Yeah, and it's almost like her mind was on the top section of the climb. She's moved through that so fast and so different. It looks like a different boulder. And she's jumping off the left foot, which is what you were saying, potentially makes it easier to plant that right foot.
That was one of the most interesting things about the competition-style boulders at B-Pump Ogikubo, is the first time you attempt a position, it feels impossible. But once you figure it out, you get so much, they become so much easier to understand, and you can execute it almost every single time.
And that's a climbing gym in Tokyo for
that's
reference.
A climbing gym in Tokyo,
yeah, and Japanese style is quite famous. And this is pretty classic of that style, isn't it? And we'll get another look here at Ida. This is going to be hard for her to rewatch if she does, because she's so close. She just didn't quite get high enough and her hips were so far out. Pulls back on for a last attempt and again gets painfully close. She's got a bright career ahead of her, I'm sure, but right now we have our final competitor of the night, Chloe Koskoi. She isn't in the running for the win right now, but she wants to make sure she secures that second spot. She currently has 2 tops.
Oh, that's a save.
She
still on her flash go.
Yep, she is still on her flash go. She fell off but stayed on.
Oh yeah.
And she's one of the taller competitors. She is in second. She will take home the second spot. This is all for glory right now. She could. No, it's not possible for her to move into that spot, but she's going to want to finish this round at the top. That's for sure. And it's all great experience. And I'm almost speechless about that first section to have the ability to process what is going on, that you're falling, and jump back to the start. Fair play.
Yeah, that went viral. Yoshiyuki Ogata did that thing in one of the World Cups, I think, in the States. But the same movement was like 2 meters off the floor. And he still managed to save it. Yes, okay.
I almost wonder if it's knowing it's an option, it's meaning she's not throwing as far as she needs to into that next section. And I think she's changed the shoes from the previous boulder as well, maybe putting on slightly softer shoes so that she's able to stand on these slopey volumes, but she's not looking like she's found a position she wants to currently.
You definitely want to be wearing a soft shoe for that smeary blue foothold.
Yeah, she looks like she's having to pull with her right foot and not managing to get a position where she's able to stand up tall. And then because of that, it's making the foot swap a lot harder and not allowing her enough time to be accurate with that really tricky step across that small black one. And the black is on a hold that has no texture, isn't it? So
That's
if
correct.
they hit that blue part of the hold,
Yes.
that's why they're sliding straight off there.
But it's actually a big hold. So both the blue and the black are fairly big holds. And they give you a little bit of room for making an error. You don't have to hit them 100% exactly. But then again, if you don't know the beta, which is the easiest, then you approach to solve it in different ways, you're prone to making mistakes.
Yeah, and then it's this next black hold here that if you miss it, that's the one I'm saying. If you hit the blue part of that hold, you're slipping
if you
straight
opt for
off
the
there.
faster option, the fast foot swap,
Yeah.
and dynamic landing on the black, it's good enough.
Which has been, almost all of our competitors have opted for the fast foot swap, and you expected this boulder to go slow, didn't you?
Yeah.
Chloe trying her best to use the wall, that is totally allowed, and just as we'd said that most of the athletes in a fast foot swap, Chloe went for the fast slow method.
Fast slow, yeah.
Slow fast slow, in the middle. And she's gone
40
for the foot swap
seconds on
there.
the clock. She is good at this stuff. She can just go and control it. Go on, Chloe. Yes, both hands. Last effort of this competition for Chloe
nice
Koskoi.
work from Chloe.
And she tops. This realistically was the last attempt of her.
That was really good that she was able to keep her composure and stick that. And I think it wasn't a given when she hit that hold. She definitely was carrying some fatigue. You know, she jumps up here and she doesn't look relaxed until that foot's on. And then her shoulders are still really quite high. It's only when she hits that top hold that she actually relaxes. And big smile from her, nod of the head. I think that boulder really tested her, and it was great to watch and super interesting to see all of the different styles on that one. You're nodding your head, you look satisfied. I think that was a great round. We see our results here. Lucille in the top spot, Chloe in second, Katja in third, and then we have the rest of the field. No one cares about them according to our head setter. I do, so Bianca, Eva, Alia, Ida and Barbara. Wow, fair play to all of the athletes who are out there putting on the show. You know, this whole event is absolutely incredible. The buzz in here is electric, and it is all thanks to the sponsors, isn't it? So let's talk about those again. We have our main partner, the city of Krakow, and who else do we have?
We got Black Diamond, T-Wall, chwyty wspinaczkowe, Browar Trzech Kumpli, Evo, Red Bull, On Lemon, Oatly, Agrest, Heartbeat, Warapo, Szkoła Komedii, Miejsce Komedii, White Oak, Robimy na żywo and Red Bull. Thanks a ton, guys. Thanks for watching. Thank you for being with us today.
I am not sure what my favourite moment of that round was. I think there were so many cool moves that I'm always curious to rewatch it and see the athletes being tested. And I think to see a round where there are, I think I preferred the women's final to the men's final because there were more tops and it was more exciting maybe. But, you know, we're going to see our podiums, I think, now from the amateur round potentially. We'll see the athletes coming on screen right now, the climbers coming on screen shortly. But, you know, there's so many smiles going on as you look around the venue. It seems like it's really a it seems like it really has a big impact on the community here, this event. Do you think so?
Well, certainly it's one of the highlight events of the community. This is the biggest competition of the season in Poland. This is the only event that attracts international competitors. And this is the main event that really pushes the level of climbing in Poland for us.
A ja dobrnę do miejsca 5. I tutaj chyba mój ulubieniec Maksym Wnukow. Wielkie brawa dla Masia. No i tak to z ulubieńcami jest, że oni po prostu są. Nie trzeba ich prosić. Wielkie brawa Masia. Zapraszamy Ciebie tutaj na środek. I tutaj nasza hostessa wręcza Ci kwiaty. Wielkie brawa.
Okay, looking delighted to receive a bouquet of flowers.
Very beautiful bouquet of flowers. We have our male athletes coming back on the screen now. We'll see all of our athletes doing things in a slightly different order here than what we expected, but we get to see all of the guys. If you didn't catch the men's final, I would urge you to go back and rewatch it. There are some very wild and impressive boulders, and we saw these guys fight hard out on the mats earlier. It was a great show from them.
To nie znaczy, że to mało. To bardzo wiele. 3. miejsce. Wielkie brawa.
In the third,
Miejsce 2.
Edvards Gruzitis.
Wielka gwiazda, którą
He was very successful in the previous editions of this
ponieważ ma
competition.
wielkie doświadczenie. Antoine Girard, Francja. Dziękujemy Ci za lekcję wspinania, której nam udzieliłeś. Byłeś niesamowity.
Edward won 2023.
No i to, na co czekają wszyscy.
Antoine Girard, second place. €1,000 he brings back home.
Slav Kirov, Bułgaria. Wielkie brawa.
Winner of today's event is Slav Kirov from Bulgaria. Top in 3 out of 4 problems in good number of attempts. €2,000. That's a lot of money.
It is, isn't it?
I to jest finał dla reporterów, finalna celebracji.
Well deserved, I think. He put on such a great show, but you know, Antoine was really hot on his heels. It was very little between the two climbers, you know, just I think it was less than a point even, and I know that these athletes really want to try hard on hard boulders like we were saying, so yeah.
Kuba looks a little like he just got into a fight.
Yeah, Kuba looks like going into a fight. Edvard just got
But
really
it's not
quite
a fight.
scared by the confetti.
It's just the modern day bouldering, high risk.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the athletes have got scrapes on their faces, on their shins, on their ankles, and I think they're going to be feeling the fatigue later tonight, but they all seem to really enjoy it. I was chatting with Kuba during our interview earlier, and he was just so psyched to be here, and you know, he's a bit of a local legend, isn't he? So I think there was a bit of pressure on him, but he said he didn't feel it, and he was just happy to be out there, and we get to see our female athletes come out on to the stage right now, and all of the athletes are thoroughly deserving their moment here as we celebrate their success.
Make some space for the ladies, guys.
Yeah, tactical shuffle.
Miejsce 7. Ida Christoskowa. Wielkie brawa.
In the 7th,
Nie odpuszczała do końca. Wykorzystała każdą sekundę, którą dostała.
Yeah, Ida in 7th. I don't think it was the spot she was hoping for. I think she said she wanted to try and fight for a podium, but it's very respectable to be amongst these athletes and to be in such a prolific event final.
Gdzie topem. Tak tutaj, Ania. Wielkie brawa. Miejsce 5. Ewa Stenkowa. I kolejna zawodniczka.
in the 5th, Ewa Stenkowa.
Niezwykle zdeterminowana i której gratulujemy dobrnięcia i wspaniałego występu w finale Masters 2026. I tym razem nie zwycięstwo,
See, our head setter might only care about the podium, but I'm very glad to know that our event care about all of the athletes out there on stage right now and are celebrating them all. I'm going to keep talking about it. And
Well, that's probably the most controversial thing I said today.
it might be. I know you've
yeah.
really thrown him under the bus there. But, you know, I mean, I totally understand. I'm sorry to bring it up again. It is just too funny. But
Well, isn't it just beautiful? Agree to disagree, right?
it sure is. And, you know, he's clearly,
Bianca Janetka in the
knows,
fourth.
clearly
Last
knows
year's
exactly
winner.
what he's doing, because this event has made this room, this whole building, feel electric.
I think it was a good show, wasn't it?
It was such a good show.
Yeah, I think yeah.
So I'll agree to disagree with him on what's important, but I'll leave the route setting up to him, that is for sure.
And you're onto the podium of the ladies. Katja Televec in the third. Beautiful show. Beautiful display of power and skill.
And I loved chatting to all these athletes and finding all the different things that they love about the sport and why they compete and what their goals are. And I think it's so exciting. You know, we'll get to see a lot of these athletes on the World Cup stage, the World Cup season coming up later in the year. And yeah, you know, it's just incredible to see the impact this has on the local community as well. And Chloe said that her dream actually is to do a really big, crazy coordination move at a super critical moment in a competition. So I hope we get to see that, because that would be badass and really cool, and I know that she's capable of it. But yeah, it's cool to just hear all the different reasons they compete and what their goals are, and to just hear about these young athletes that are coming through, and you know, whether it's to the feeling they get from winning these comps or the climbing and how they feel about it. But yeah, Lucille taking a rightful top spot as the only female to top all 4 boulders in this final. She did look on a different level tonight, didn't she?
Absolutely right.
One nigdy nie są na to gotowe. Raz, dwa i lecimy. No a teraz dajcie z siebie wszystko. Ostatni raz. Wielkie brawa i wielkie okrzyki dla finału.
That is your finalists of the Mood Masters 2026. Thank you all so much for joining us and for being part of this show. We absolutely loved watching and loved chatting to you all, so thank you for listening. A huge congratulations to the organisers of this event. They've really smashed it, and a big thank you to the team who worked so hard to put the show together as well.
Yeah, huge shout out to everyone who we didn't mention. Obviously, organizing such a big competition isn't only down to the route setting team, and there is a lot of other people who put in their heart and hours of effort, and obviously running such a big event.
And our production crew and the broadcast team.
Yes. Too many to number. So huge thanks to all of you lot who contributed to making this possible. And I'm absolutely certain that we're seeing and hearing us next year. Thanks so much for tuning in today. And
I think it's time for you to get to bed. You were up till 5, a few hours sleep, and then you've joined me all afternoon in the commentary booth. It's a pleasure to do this with you, and your insights are invaluable. It's so fascinating to hear the nuance of these boulders, and you know, it's so hard to get it right out there, but you've put on such a great show and talked about it so poetically as well. So yeah, thank you very much for all your insights.
thanks for Tanshona. It's been an absolute pleasure to do it with you, and I'm honored. And yeah,
Let's do it again.
Let's do it again. Let's get it in.
No cameras.
I am having fun. I don't believe you. Come on, believe.
Yes, Daddy. That was sick.
Okay, another one?
Yeah.
Not all ghosts come from death. Some from unfinished things. You moved on, but part of you stayed. And that part became me. A quiet obsession. A vow unbroken. A calling without mercy. Demanding all, but promising nothing. Oh, to see what one will